Hey yo, peace family, grand risings, good afternoon, great evening, gracious nights. Welcome back to FOTG, the source. Today, we're tapping into the final war of the words, the closing arguments that sealed the fate of Latoshia Daniels and led to her second-degree murder conviction. The battle was nearly over before it began. After the state rested, the defense fought to get the case thrown out entirely with the motion for acquittal. We'll show you that desperate argument, which the judge denied, forcing the defense to rely entirely on the closing statements and the testimony you saw yesterday. This final plea came right after the heavy hitters took the stand on day 3, including a forensic psychology expert who tried to explain Daniels' state of mind, and Latoshia Daniels herself with her emotional breakdown testimony. The defense's closing was their last chance to package that pain and convince the jury it was an emotional collapse, not malice. So let's tap in, fam. By the end of this breakdown, you'll understand exactly why the jury chose second-degree murder. They believed their heartache, but they couldn't ignore the chaos. But we here to watch it. So hit that subscribe, stay locked in, tap in, share with a friend. Let's get it, family. And don't forget to hit that like button too. Let's get it!
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
You may be seated. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, y'all sound very refreshed. All right, we're ready to get that started. State, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Special Agent Brock Sane.
Stand right here. Raise your right hand.
You swear affirm to tell the whole truth.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Have a seat, sir. If you can speak loudly so the jury.
What up, fam? Trakesha in the building. Joni 4, I see you, family. Appreciate y'all being here, the first responders.
If you want to try to reach the back of the room for me, please. All right, you may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Brock Sane, B-R-O-C-K, last name Sane, S-A-I-N.
And Special Agent Sane, where are you employed?
I work for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you been with them?
I'm on my 16th year.
And what position do you currently hold?
I'm Special Agent in charge in the Administrative Services Division over the support unit.
Okay. Have you always been in that division?
No, I have not.
Where were you prior to that?
Prior to that, I was an Assistant Special Agent in charge in the Medicaid Fraud Control Division. Prior to that, I was Special Agent Investigator in the Medicaid Fraud Control Division. Before that, I worked in the crime lab here in Memphis as a Special Agent Forensic Scientist. I worked in the Drug Identification Unit and the Firearms and Tool Mark Identification Unit in the crime lab in Memphis.
Okay. So when you were in the crime lab, what did your job duties entail?
When I was in the Firearm and Tool Mark unit, that was from 2016 to 2020, roughly around that time, and I identified, examined firearms and ammunition components to determine whether or not those ammunition components were fired in a particular firearm and if the firearm was in operating condition.
So prior to the TBI, could you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Chemistry from the University of Mississippi. I graduated from there in 2009.
And have you ever testified about your findings in a firearms report?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I don't know the exact number. In firearms, more than 10.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert witness as pertaining to firearm identification?
Yes, I have.
Do you know how many times?
All of those, 10 to 15 times.
And was that in Shelby County or other counties?
Other counties, federal court here in Memphis, and other counties across West Tennessee.
Your Honor, I would tender Special Agent Sane as an expert in firearms identification.
No objection.
All right. We'll tender Special Agent Sane as an expert in firearms identification.
Agent Sane, I'm going to pass you a document. Do you know what that document is that I just passed you?
Yes, this is a copy of my lab report for firearms identification on a TBI lab case.
Okay. And was that case involving a homicide that involved Miss Latoshia Daniels?
Yes.
Okay. And you completed that firearms report?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if we could enter the firearms report into evidence as the next number exhibit.
No objection.
All right, we'll show Exhibit 20 as the firearms report.
Thank you. If you could pass that back, yes. Thank you. So, Agent Sane, what evidence did you receive to make that firearms report?
I received a Ruger EC9S 9mm Luger pistol, a magazine and some cartridges. And then I also received 7 9mm cartridge cases from a crime scene. And I received 6 bullets from the Shelby County, from the medical examiner's office.
And who did you receive all of that from?
It was received from Chris Roberts from Collierville PD,
Okay. Do you remember the date that you received all of that?
April 10th of 2019.
Agent Sane, I'm going to pass you what has previously been marked as Exhibit 3.
Okay, you can see.
It's a Ruger EC9S 9mm semi-automatic pistol.
Okay. And is that the same gun that you received from Detective Roberts?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Agent Sane, I'm going to pass you what has already been previously identified as Exhibit 6. And what do you see?
Evidence received from at the TBI crime lab with my markings on it, my evidence tape, and it's the evidence examined and reflected in this report.
Okay. And for all of that evidence that we just went through, were you able to analyze all of it?
Yes.
And did you compare the Ruger handgun to the bullets and casings that are in there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And the bullets and casings, were they found on the scene and from the medical examiner?
According to the submittal form, yes, they were.
Okay. And could you walk us through what you did when you examined them?
Yes. Do you want me to just talk about, in general, the firearms?
Yes.
And so in the laboratory, we take the firearm, if there's a firearm in question, take it in the laboratory to examine it. So I would do test fires. Take that firearm, and we have a tank in the laboratory full of water. And it's a stainless steel tank. Shoot that firearm into that tank and collect known bullets and cartridge cases that were fired in that gun. So those are my knowns. I know what those have. I look at those under a comparison microscope, to look at the individual characteristics or the mechanical fingerprint of that firearm that were left and impressed and scratched upon those cartridge cases and bullets by that particular firearm. If I have evidence pieces such as these, bullets and cartridge cases, I take those and compare those under a comparison microscope to see if they have those same individual characteristics as the known test fires from that particular firearm. I look at those under the comparison microscope to determine if they were fired from that particular firearm or not.
And did you bring anything to demonstrate the test fires to the jury?
Yes, I did. May I use it in front of the jury? So, may I step down?
Yes.
So this is an aid to help you see what I'm talking about. This is a cartridge. So this is what the ammunition is loaded into, that semi-automatic pistol. It's loaded into that firearm. When the firing pin strikes the rear of this, the bullet, there's an immense pressure in the back. It pushes the bullet down the barrel of the firearm. So that bullet travels down the barrel of a firearm. Inside that barrel, there are raised areas, lands and grooves, and it looks like the stripes of a candy cane. So the point of that is to put a spiral, like a football, onto that bullet so it can go towards its intended target. So once that bullet is forced down that barrel, it's scratched by that metal, that hard steel inside that barrel, and the scratches are left upon that bullet. I examine those scratches on that bullet, compare them to my known test fires. I do the same thing with the cartridge case. The pressure of that firing of the bullet down the barrel presses it against the rear part of the firearm, and when it's ejected, there's also other scratches that are left on the cartridge case. So I can look at a cartridge case and compare it to another cartridge case, or a bullet compared to another bullet. And that's how I can identify whether or not they have those same individual characteristics from that firearm that were placed there by the firing of that ammunition down the barrel.
Thank you for that. I do have a general question. So is it unusual to have a shell casing but not have a bullet?
No, it just depends on the situation. A cartridge case is ejected from a firearm and usually lands a few feet from where that firearm was. A bullet is fired down the barrel of a gun, and it can go until it comes into contact with something or until it runs out of speed or energy.
So specifically for this firearms report, what were your results?
So the results of this testing was, I examined the firearm and it was in normal operating condition and the safety features functioning. There was a cartridge and a magazine. There were cartridges and a magazine. And then once I test fired that firearm, the test fired cartridge cases and bullets from Exhibit 1A, the firearm, were microscopically examined in conjunction with the cartridge cases in Exhibit 2A. There were 7 cartridge cases and the 6 bullets in Exhibits 2B, 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, and 3E. And based upon the comparative examination, sufficient agreement of those individual characteristics, all of those ammunition components had been fired in that firearm.
Okay. So all the casings or the bullets had been fired from that Ruger?
Yes.
So if you could take a look at your report one more time. How many bullets came from the medical examiner, and were there any other bullets found in the scene?
I received 6 bullets. One of those was from the crime scene, and then the rest of those were from the medical examiner. So one of those says it was from crime scene.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Saint, not detective.
Agent Saint.
Agent Saint.
That's fine.
Special Agent Saint.
Yes, sir.
I just have a few questions for you. So you were asked to, as you described, you were asked to examine these bullets in this, that came from this Luger, correct?
I was asked
Ruger, I'm sorry.
to examine the firearm and compare it to those pieces of evidence, cartridge cases and bullets. Yes,
And that Ruger, that's a 9mm, correct?
that's correct.
And it's relatively small.
Yes, it is.
You examined a lot of different types of weapons, correct?
Yes.
And a 9mm, is that a fairly common weapon?
Yes, it's, I would say, one of the most common firearms that I examined.
A lot of law enforcement carry a 9mm weapon.
A lot of law enforcement does, yes.
And this particular one is relatively small in size, correct?
Yes.
And were the bullets that were fired from it small in size?
They're the same as all 9mm.
Okay. And you're not here today to offer to this jury that you knew what happened between Brodes Perry and my client Latoshia Daniels, are you?
No, I do not.
Your main thing that you're here to testify about today is that you examined those bullets, you examined the gun, correct?
Correct.
You tested the bullets,
Yes.
and just to tell us that you can say that those bullets came from that gun.
That is correct.
And that's the extent of your testimony, and that's the extent of your involvement in this case.
That is.
Okay. No further questions?
Rita, Rick.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Chandmar Black is golden. What's good, families? Appreciate you joining. Allie in the building. What up, though, Allie? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining.
Sir. Are ready to discuss the case. A recess, okay? And again, we're still not ready to discuss the case. At this time,
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, we would like to make a motion for judgment of acquittal. As to count 1, first-degree murder, even in a light most favorable to the prosecution at this point, we have testimony that Ms. Daniels, when she arrived in this location, was happy to see Miss Archie. They were in an enclosed apartment together with no threats. Mr.
She making that motion for acquittal.
Brodes Perry came home together in an enclosed apartment, no threats, and it wasn't until something happened outside of the hearing of Tabitha that the shots were fired. After the shots were fired, officers have described Ms. Daniels as being non-responsive. When Ms. Perry testified, she testified that Ms. Daniels was yelling, "He broke my heart." And so I would submit that as to the count 1, that only the threshold for voluntary manslaughter has been met. As to count 2, criminal attempt, first-degree murder regarding Tabitha Perry Archie. Your Honor, I would submit that the proof has shown that Ms. Perry testified that when she and Ms. Daniels were interacting with each other, she had to say, "You shot me." Ms. Daniels said, "No, I didn't." She said, "Yes, you shot me." And Ms. Daniels said, "I didn't mean to shoot you." And Ms. Perry even told Detective Roberts that she didn't think Ms. Daniels was trying to shoot her when that happened. She suffered an injury to the far side of her shoulder, which would not be a lethal injury. There was never any threats between Ms. Daniels and Ms. Perry there was never any animus for Ms. Perry, Your Honor. I would submit that reckless endangerment at best is what has been established as to Tabitha Perry, Archie, which would then eliminate count 3, the employing a firearm.
All right, state.
State is opposed to the motion.
The state is opposed to the motion. What up, Miss DB? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining.
Judgment of acquittal. The testimony is that the defendant bought a gun on the same date that she showed up unannounced at Mr. and Ms. Perry's house. She brought that gun inside the house, and for whatever reason,
Jury will now go off and deliberate on guilty. That nigga is guilty. Sir, settle down. You have to go deliberate. I don't need to deliberate. Hang that nigga now. I got the rope right here.
nothing. There's no testimony that anything unexpected or that should have caused an unreasonable response happened. They were walking out the door after talking for a while. She turned around and shot him. She discharged the gun at least 7 times, hit him at least 5 times. In the midst of that, she shot Tabitha Perry in the shoulder. I assume the court is going to charge the jury that if your intent is to kill another person and you accidentally hit another person, it doesn't matter that it's what you were trying to do. And if you just unintentionally hit another person, it would still be first-degree murder or criminal attempt first-degree murder. And the employing goes along with that. I think the evidence is overwhelming, and the case should go to the jury.
Your Honor, as to counsel's argument regarding almost a transferred intent, that may have been the case, I believe, if Mr. Brodes Perry had not died. But then to say she killed Brodes Perry, and in trying to kill Brodes Perry, she shot Tabitha Perry, that becomes a reckless action. The intent is here. It can't be on both. So, Your Honor, I would submit that as to Tabitha Perry, that transferred intent should not apply. Secondly, nothing in the indictment indicates that the state was pursuing a theory of transferred intent here. It says that in an attempt to premeditatedly kill Tabitha Perry, that this happened. It doesn't say anything about a transferred intent in the attempt to kill Brodes Perry. That would be an attempted felony murder. That's not a crime in Tennessee, according to State v. Kimbrough. So, Your Honor, I would submit reckless endangerment is where we fall as to Ms. Perry.
I'm not aware of any law that requires us to indict the transferred intent any specific way, and I would be interested to see if there's any that have been provided to the court. Again, the jury's going to be charged that if she were attempting to kill one person and hit another, and to say the fact that she was actually successful on her first attempt, on the attempt to kill Mr. Perry, that somehow negates the fact that she shot Miss Perry. I do not believe that's the law.
But Your Honor, I can provide the court law that says if you're trying to shoot someone in self-defense and you shoot another person, that is a reckless act. You can't transfer the acting in self-defense against this person to the person that you accidentally shot. That becomes a reckless act, not that intention.
But we're not in self-defense though either.
And that's just an analogous situation. There is case law regarding, if you are trying to shoot one person and you don't succeed in shooting one person, but you shoot another person, then there's case law to support that. But when this other person also gets shot, then you end up in, I think, some double jeopardy issues with having the same intent covering 2 different crimes.
Wait, what? What you talking about? Some double jeopardy? How's that double jeopardy? You shot both of them, didn't you?
You talking about Willis?
I think the intent here is the allegation of if a person also gets shot, then you end up in, I think, some double jeopardy issues with having the same intent covering 2 different crimes. I think the intent here is the allegation of premeditated. If there was an attempt to commit a premeditated act, and someone else was injured, then that then becomes a reckless act.
Hey, Kristen Vasquez in the building. What's good, family? Appreciate you being here. Long time no see.
All right, well, I have heard the arguments, and so the court's going to begin the analysis on the first-degree murder. The standard on a motion for judgment of acquittal is, after viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution, any rational trier of fact could find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense. And the court looks at the legal sufficiency of the evidence and not the weight of the evidence. So first, starting with first-degree murder. There are three elements for first-degree murder. One, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Brodes Perry. The wife testified that she observed the defendant shoot Mr. Perry multiple times. Dr. Erica Curry testified that the defendant was killed by a homicide. So that element, there's enough evidence for that to go to the jury. And second, that the defendant acted intentionally. A person acts intentionally when it's the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. I think from the evidence that's been presented, the defendant's alleged to pull the gun out, shot the victim several times, and last, that the killing was premeditated. The evidence that has come in at this point is that the defendant purchased the gun in Sherwood, Arkansas on April the 4th of 2019, drove 3 hours to Memphis, went to the victim's residence, and shot multiple times. So looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, the court finds that there's enough evidence for first-degree murder to go forward to the jury. Looking at the second count, criminal attempt, first-degree murder, as to Tabitha Perry Archie. One, that the defendant intended to commit the offense of first-degree murder against the alleged victim Tabitha Perry. And 2B, that the defendant did some act intending to cause an essential element of first-degree murder to occur, and at the time believed the act would cause the element to occur without further action on the defendant's part. And 3, that the alleged victim Tabitha Perry suffered serious bodily injury. The evidence, Ms. Perry testified that the defendant was shooting at the Mr. Perry, but she told Ms. Perry to get out of the way, and she shot, although she may not have intended to shoot Ms. Perry. There's something that is called transfer intent. And so, although she may not have had the intent to shoot Ms. Perry, she had the intent to shoot Mr. Perry, and in the process of that, Ms. Perry was shot. And so, also, in terms of serious bodily injury, Ms.
number one,
Ms. Perry Archer testified that her shoulder was injured. She said that she had pain in her shoulder. There was a bullet that was lodged in her shoulder that had to be removed. So the court finds that there's enough evidence for the criminal attempt first-degree murder to go forward to the jury, looking at the light most favorable to the state. And last, count 3, employing a firearm during the commission of a dangerous offense. There's no doubt, that based off the testimony at this point, the defendant employed a firearm. Ms. Perry testified that she saw the defendant shoot the victim. There were bullets that were found inside of Mr. Perry, so employment of the firearm, that element has been met. The defendant employed a firearm in the commission of the shooting of Ms. Perry, the criminal attempt murder. The court finds that there was enough evidence for criminal attempt murder, and there was a bullet that was found in Ms. Perry's shoulder as well. And so, in the commission of her, in the commission of the gun being employed, Ms. Perry was shot. And last, that the defendant acted intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. The defendant told Ms. Perry to get out of the way and she shot the gun. So the court finds that there's enough evidence for each count to proceed to the jury, looking at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, are we ready on Momon?
No, I'd like to reserve a moment until after we have our first two witnesses and Ms. Daniels has been able to hear all of the proof as it stands at that point for her to then make that decision.
Okay.
So if we could, after Dr. Bidding, take up the Momon hearing.
Okay.
And if I may just step out and make one quick phone call to make sure that we are good on logistics, we'll be ready to go.
All right, we'll take a recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Kristen said, just as she did not plan her life choices in men well, she did not plan this right as well. Yeah, I'm sure she could have had some more options. Why you gotta go mess with the pastor dude? I don't think we gonna need to play this cop here. Let me see.
Yes.
Nah, we don't need to play.
If I may, Your Honor, publish part of.
Not guilty by reason of insanity is a plea. Member of the American Psychological Association.
So we'll play her. She is the one who said she wasn't crazy. She found her not to be crazy.
And then in graduate school, but the biggest honor, I am a licensed psychologist. I am certified by the with psychologists. Most of my work.
Would you please state and spell your name?
My name is Dr. Amanda Bidding, A-M-A-N-D-A, B as in boy, I-T-T-I-N-G.
How are you employed?
I work full-time at Vanderbilt University Medical Center as an assistant professor of psychiatry and behavioral sciences.
Your Honor, may I pass forward a document? Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is my curriculum vitae.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be made the next number exhibit. I believe that's 21.
Any objection? All right. All right, we'll show curriculum vitae marks exhibit 21.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Dr. Bidding, can you tell me a little bit about your professional career, starting with your education?
Yes. I obtained an undergraduate degree from Eastern Kentucky University in psychology. Then I went on to get my PhD in clinical psychology from Sam Houston State University, which is in Texas. As part of getting your PhD in clinical psychology, you have to do a year 18 times over my career, and then been asked to present at other talks. Not guilty by reason of insanity is a plea someone can enter when they are asserting some sort of mental health defense. Typically, a defendant, if they plead not guilty by reason of insanity, they're trying to say, I was so mentally ill at the time that this happened that I didn't really understand what I was doing, or I didn't really appreciate that what I was doing was wrong.
Is the threshold, how high is the threshold for that degree of mental illness?
It is very rare for someone to be that severely mentally ill at the time of a crime to not really understand what they're doing or not be able to appreciate the wrongfulness of their actions. So it's a rare defense.
Would that actually require almost like a psychotic event?
Most of the time, it is because the person is having psychotic symptoms, yes.
And psychosis is different than regular mental health issues.
Psychosis is under the umbrella of mental health issues, but typically psychosis means that the person is out of touch with reality. They're not assessing the environment accurately anymore.
Another aspect of kind of the legal area of your field would be diminished capacity, right?
Right.
Now, because of limited information, were you able to make a determination on diminished capacity here?
I was not.
And that's because Ms. Daniels couldn't remember a part of what happened?
That's correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about the sources of information that you used in coming to the determinations that you did about Ms. Daniels, okay?
Okay.
Do you recall kind of generally what types of sources you used?
Yes, I was provided some information by Ms. Fuchs that included like discovery information in the case, so police reports, recordings of the 911 calls. I was also provided some journal entries from Ms. Daniels herself. I also interviewed Ms. Daniels. I spoke to a collateral contact, and I did some psychological testing with Ms. Daniels.
Did you also just watch Officer Dunlap testify?
I did.
Now, I want to talk to you about the evaluation part of it. Is it common in psychology to have the person that you are examining be your primary source of information?
In forensic psychology, we certainly don't want the defendant to be the primary source of information. Many times when I'm trying to assess someone's mental state, they're the person that's best able to tell me their mental state. But typically that needs to be corroborated. There needs to be some other data that supports what the defendant is saying, and typically that comes from things like police reports, observations of the defendant at the time of the offense, 911 recordings, body cam footage, things like that.
Getting ahead? Here, did you get self-reporting from Ms. Daniels?
Yes.
And then compare it to corroborating information?
Yes.
Did you find corroborating information?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to kind of shift gears a little bit and talk to you about Ms. Daniels' background, okay?
Okay.
Did you discuss her childhood with her?
I did.
Did you find any particular trauma history in her childhood?
Yes.
What trauma history did you find in her childhood? You don't have to give a detail, but in general.
She detailed being physically abused by her mother during her childhood and emotionally abused by both her mother and her stepfather in some ways.
Do you recall her stepfather being abusive with her mother?
She also witnessed domestic violence between her stepfather and her mother.
Do you recall if there was any psychological impact from having to hide that from other people?
I don't know that she described psychological impact at the time, but she described how when she was a child, it was expected that she present like everything was okay. When they were in public, her stepfather was apparently a pastor, and so it was kind of the expectation that all of those things that were happening inside the home be kept secret, and that no one knew those things. And so she kind of had to like put on a happy face, for lack of a better term.
Do you still see the manifestation of that mentality currently?
That's certainly how she described herself functioning throughout the rest of her life, of kind of pushing down any sort of negative things that were happening in life and presenting herself like she had it all together.
Does Ms. Daniels have a family history of mental health? And I don't want you to get into details there, but just generally, does she have a family history?
Yes, she said she has a family history of mental illness and substance use problems on both her mom and her dad's side of the family.
I want to talk to you briefly about her educational history, okay?
Okay.
She has a master's as a licensed clinical social worker, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Can someone who is that educated struggle with mental health?
Absolutely.
Can someone who is in the mental health field struggle with mental health?
Absolutely.
Would that be uncommon?
I don't know. I don't think I can answer that question with any real data. I certainly am aware of several people in the mental health field that have mental health problems themselves.
Now, I want to talk to you about Ms. Daniels' relationship and mental health history, okay?
Okay.
Based on your evaluation of her, did you find those two things?
They got the people
who need mental help, taking care of people who getting taken care of by other people who need mental help.
If the suicide note that you were provided was written on April 4th, 2019 at 3:14, that would be before April the 4th, 2019 at 4:37 p.m., right?
Yes.
Did you find that sequence of events to corroborate her timeline that she provided you?
Yes.
Did you see a Marco Polo video that corroborated her saying that she had a discussion with Brodes Perry earlier that night before going to the apartment?
Yes.
Did you see Tabitha Perry's statement that corroborated that Ms. Daniels went to the apartment complex?
Yes.
Did you see
Michelle B. in the building? What's good, family? I see you. Appreciate you joining.
reports from police officers and the statement of Ms. Perry that kind of corroborated what Ms. Daniels was telling you about her mental state at the time?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about the conclusions that you made in a clinical aspect regarding Ms. Daniels, okay?
Okay.
Did you make any diagnoses of her?
I did.
What were those?
I diagnosed Ms. Daniels with major depressive disorder, which means I believe she was having depressive symptoms around the time that were severe enough to impair her functioning.
Did you make any other diagnoses of her?
I also diagnosed her with an unspecified trauma-related disorder. There was evidence in what I had that she had some symptoms of a trauma-related disorder, like that avoidance of memories and that avoidance of triggers. There was some evidence in the PAI of kind of distrust of people, but she was not meeting criteria for PTSD, which is a specific type of trauma-related disorder. She was displaying some symptoms of a just general trauma-related disorder around the time.
And again, you can't tie that to a particular trauma, right?
That's correct.
And did you have any other assessments that you made regarding her?
I also diagnosed her with an unspecified personality disorder with borderline and dependent traits. So personality disorders are where someone has personality traits that cause them problems. In the case of Ms. Daniels, those traits are things like difficulty regulating negative emotions, so like difficulty kind of knowing what to do with negative emotions. Some of that history of suicide attempts that's common with somebody with borderline personality traits. This lack of sense of self, or this difficulty with identity, is common in both borderline personality disorder and dependent personality disorder, where oftentimes the person kind of relies on other people to give them a sense of self and a sense of fulfillment. And I certainly saw that in her history of relationships, where she often kind of sought reassurance and did things that maybe she wouldn't do otherwise to kind of please the people that she was with. And that's common among somebody with dependent personality disorder.
And did she actually endorse that history with Brodes Perry, with her doing things that she was not comfortable doing?
Yes.
Can trauma affect your memory?
Yes, absolutely.
And because of Ms. Daniels' inability to remember during this traumatic event, you were unable to determine whether she would have met the criteria for diminished capacity.
Can you repeat that for me?
Absolutely. I'll try to do it more clearly. In order to make a determination about diminished capacity, she would have to be able to remember to give you specific details, right?
She would, or there would need to be other information that would tell me more about her thinking at the time, and I didn't have either. She didn't remember, and I didn't have anything that would give me that information otherwise.
And when we talk about specifically diminished capacity, that's at the moment of the act, right? Not later and not before, right
correct.
then?
Yes.
So because she could not remember, well, that immediate event, you were not able to make that assessment.
That's correct.
But a traumatic event can affect your ability to recall.
That's right.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
It's not one that commonly does. It can, but it would be unusual.
Unusual for depression to render a person incapable of thought or planning.
That's right.
A person that's depressed can work, pay bills, go on with life as a general rule. Would you agree with that?
I can't answer that with a yes or no, because to be diagnosed with a mental disorder, it has to impair your functioning. And so many times people with depression, that's the functioning that it impairs. It impairs their ability to go to work or to pay their bills or to eat, sleep.
You testified that she did not meet the criteria for insanity.
That's correct.
And so by that, your testimony is that she understood the wrongfulness of her act.
I did not find evidence that would suggest that she was unable to understand the wrongfulness of her act.
So you're aware, I think you testified that you purchased a firearm before driving to the victim's house?
That's correct.
Purchasing a firearm would require planning. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
It in fact requires that she go through like several steps. You've got to have an ID. There's all kind of things you have to do to purchase a firearm.
That's my understanding, yes.
And she was able to do all that.
Yes, I assume so.
You're aware that she drove over 2 hours after purchasing the firearms to the victim's residence, a residence that she had never been to before.
I'm aware that she drove from her home to Memphis. I think the information I had indicates that she drove to like a cigar lounge or something first before going to the
location.
Yes.
But over a 2-hour drive, though, you had plenty of time to think about it, and you had that gun with you the whole time.
Commuted a substantial way after purchasing the firearm.
Yes.
And eventually ended up at the victim's house.
Correct.
Would you agree that that requires concentration, navigation, purposeful action?
Yes.
Did the information you had indicate that when she got to the residence that Mr. Perry was not there?
That's correct.
Did it also indicate that she had a conversation with Mrs. Perry while they were waiting for the defendant to show up?
That's correct.
That appeared to be a normal conversation that didn't raise alarms and Miss Perry necessarily.
I don't recall anything in discovery that conversation raised any concerns for Miss Perry.
So those are not random, confused, or disorganized actions in my mind. Would you disagree with that?
I do not disagree with that.
Would you agree they were sequential and goal-oriented?
Yes.
In Tennessee, are you aware that premeditation doesn't really even have a time period? That it can happen like in a matter of seconds, and all that's required is reflection and judgment before the act is done?
I'm aware it does not require a specific time period. The phrasing in the statute is always a little confusing to me. It's something like sufficiently free from passion and excitement to be able to exercise reflection and judgment, something like that.
Right. So there's no specific time period. So there's no, we got to give this person a count to 10 to cool off. There's nothing like that under Tennessee law, right? It's just reflection and judgment.
That's my understanding. And the reflection and judgment, again, the statute says something like it has to be sufficiently free from passion and excitement.
Does the fact that she realized that she needed a weapon and the fact that she went to purchase the weapon indicate judgment to you?
I think yes, she made some judgments to purchase a weapon and have it with her.
Does the ability to drive from Little Rock, Sherwood, Arkansas to Memphis and then to Collierville to a specific location show judgment and the ability to carry out a plan to you?
Those actions suggest she was able to plan at the time.
Is it fair to say that a person suffering from depression can still make a reasoned decision to do things like that? So depression in itself would not keep a person from doing those things, from making those types of reasoned decisions?
Again, it's like the typical psychologist answer is that it depends. And I do think it depends. There are some people who can be depressed and it not affect their judgment or reasoning at all, and then other people where, again, that could be something, and research suggests that depression absolutely does affect someone's ability to make decisions.
But we've just said, or you just agreed with me, that she made a judgment and she took part in, there was a process of planning that went along with what her actions were that day.
I agree that her actions suggest she was able to plan and make judgments.
She admitted to you that she was heartbroken, upset, angry that the defendant, that Mr. Perry wanted to end the relationship with her.
She described me feeling heartbroken and I forget the other words you used, I'm sorry.
Frustrated.
I don't recall her mentioning anger. It was a lot of kind of like internalizing, like I am heartbroken, I'm not enough, I'm a failure. I don't remember her talking about being angry.
Did she indicate to you she was frustrated that he would not tell his wife about the relationship they were having?
Yes, I believe she did tell me she was frustrated about that.
Does frustration mean anger?
Absolutely, yes.
Did she talk to you about being under financial stress, at least in part because of the money that she'd spent on going on trips with Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Did those feelings cause her to feel anger, frustration, regret?
Certainly regret. Again, I don't remember her talking much about feeling angry at the time.
So those are powerful emotions, right? Even if it was just frustration over the fact he wouldn't tell his wife, anger over the fact he wouldn't tell his wife, heartbreak over the fact that he wanted to end the relationship, and regret over the fact that she had spent money and was now in financial distress. Those are emotions, right?
Yes.
Strong, powerful emotions. Would you agree with that?
They certainly can be. Yeah, they can be intense emotions.
And those emotions are independent of your diagnosis of major depressive disorder. Would you agree with that?
The only emotion part of a diagnosis of major depression disorder is kind of the low mood or, sadness is kind of the emotional part of depression and hopelessness.
Is that a yes? They're independent of that?
Well, I'm not sure. Emotions are not independent of it. So I think heartbroken you could put under sadness, and sadness is part of depression. Am I answering your question?
I think so.
Okay.
All right, we're going to skip to part 2 of that because she getting a little slow. Appreciate y'all being here. Hit that like button if you ain't did it yet. Let's go.
You may be seated.
Dr. Judy, I'm almost there. We talked a little bit about suicide kind of being inwardly directed self-harm, right?
That's right.
Would you agree that the actions of driving 2 hours after buying a gun, showing up to Mr. Perry's house because you're upset he's trying to end the relationship, and committing a homicide is not inwardly directed, that's outwardly directed rage?
I don't think I can give you an expert opinion about that because I don't know enough information about what was going on in terms of the person's mental state that you're talking about.
But you testify in legal proceedings often, right?
That's correct.
Or deal with the legal system often. Is there anything about a murder-suicide plot where I'm going to kill somebody and then kill myself that would diminish the mental state, the intent, the premeditation that would be required to commit premeditated murder?
Can you ask me that in a different way?
I don't know how to ask that in a different way.
Can you ask me again?
Yes.
Okay.
So if an individual were planning to kill someone and then to kill themselves, is there anything about that, their actions toward the person that they were going to kill, that would make them legally not responsible, legally not, the legal mental state required to form the intent to kill somebody, and the planning and premeditation that was required to do that?
It is possible that someone could engage in a homicide-suicide and not have the mental state required for the crime.
It's possible, but it's also possible that they could. Am I correct?
That's right.
Just the fact that you're suicidal does not mean that you don't have the mental state or the ability, the judgment and the ability to premeditate and plan a crime.
Simply being suicidal does not mean that you would not be able to form the intent.
You talked about childhood abuse. Does that, the fact that someone went through some trauma or a bad childhood, does that, anything about that prevent someone from forming intent to kill somebody and planning to kill? Just in and of itself.
She trying though. She trying for her. What up, Risa? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining.
Again, these are questions. This is a question that I probably can't answer truthfully in a yes or no, because it's more complicated than that. It depends. There are lots of things that trauma can cause in terms of mental health problems that could absolutely impact someone's ability to form intent.
But it doesn't necessarily.
That's
so every
correct.
person that was abused as a child can't just go out and kill somebody and claim I don't have the requisite mental intent to be convicted of that crime.
I suppose they could claim it. I don't know that it would be supported.
And the fact that someone was in failed relationships or married more than once, does that, or went through a divorce, does that, in and of itself, mean that that person is not responsible for their criminal action?
Again, the not responsible part is a legal decision. What I can say as a psychological expert is that would not mean the person necessarily would be unable to form an intent for a crime.
And I think you make a good point there. You're not a legal expert, correct?
That's correct.
You've offered an opinion based upon a clinical diagnosis.
In this evaluation, my opinions were essentially clinical diagnoses, kind of what her mental health was around the time.
You're not offering an opinion as to whether she met the legal definition of premeditation required for first-degree murder, though, are you?
That's correct. I'm not offering an opinion about that.
And you were not able to find criteria that she met the definition for insanity.
That's correct.
You were not able to find the criteria that she met the legal criteria for diminished capacity.
That's something I did not offer an opinion about.
In fact, you say in your report that you're unable to offer an opinion regarding her mental state at the time of the offense.
That's correct.
So you can't say that she didn't act intentionally,
That's correct.
and you can't say that she didn't premeditate this homicide.
That's correct. I did not offer opinions about either one of those things.
That's all.
Rita. Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Fitting, I want to touch on a couple things.
Hey yo, peace family, grand risings, good afternoon, great evening, gracious nights. Welcome back to FOTG, the source. Today, we're tapping into the final war of the words, the closing arguments that sealed the fate of Latoshia Daniels and led to her second-degree murder conviction. The battle was nearly over before it began. After the state rested, the defense fought to get the case thrown out entirely with the motion for acquittal. We'll show you that desperate argument, which the judge denied, forcing the defense to rely entirely on the closing statements and the testimony you saw yesterday. This final plea came right after the heavy hitters took the stand on day 3, including a forensic psychology expert who tried to explain Daniels' state of mind, and Latoshia Daniels herself with her emotional breakdown testimony. The defense's closing was their last chance to package that pain and convince the jury it was an emotional collapse, not malice. So let's tap in, fam. By the end of this breakdown, you'll understand exactly why the jury chose second-degree murder. They believed their heartache, but they couldn't ignore the chaos. But we here to watch it. So hit that subscribe, stay locked in, tap in, share with a friend. Let's get it, family. And don't forget to hit that like button too. Let's get it!
Shout out to Flesh of the God. Tell everybody. Well,
That Mr. McAlvin was speaking about, okay?
Okay.
First, I wanted to cue in on something that you said to him during direct, talking about suicidal individuals, and you had said someone can truly want to die, but still hope that someone else could give them a reason to live. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Can you kind of elaborate on that for me?
Yes, in my experience, in my clinical work, I often work with people that have kind of chronic suicidal ideation. And it's very common for people to consider suicide when they become hopeless and feel like they don't know any other way out, and still want a way out. So it's, again, there's ambiguity there a lot of the time. They want to die, and I think they're open to being helped if someone can help them.
Did Ms. Daniels endorse that kind of mentality to you about this incident?
Yes.
Clinically speaking, is someone who has attempted suicide more likely to attempt suicide again?
Yes.
Now, people who commit suicide or attempt to commit suicide have to take actions to do that, right?
That's right.
So you can have sequential and goal-oriented actions moving towards a suicide.
That's correct.
You could procure a weapon or other means by which to actually affect the death, right?
That's right.
And that means you could go buy a gun to kill yourself.
That's right.
You can choose a place to commit suicide.
Yes.
You can drive to that place to commit suicide.
Yes.
You can plan out what you want to say to your family in a suicide note.
Yes.
Are all of those plans that you're making?
Yes, that is all planful behavior.
Is that the result of reasoned judgment when you're dealing with a suicidal person?
I think that's a controversial answer. People who want to commit suicide have reasons for wanting to commit suicide. At the same time, like I said, often those people get there because they feel like there's no other option. And research relates that to depression, which kind of lowers our ability to think through our options and make decisions like we would when we're not depressed.
The ability to make sound and reasoned judgments, right?
I would agree with that. I think it depends on how we define sound and reasoned.
Severe depression that can result in those suicidal ideations, suicide attempts, or accomplished suicides. Severe depression, does it necessarily affect your basic ability to make and execute plans?
It does not necessarily affect that ability.
Does it affect the quality of your decision making?
Yes, I think that's fair.
Does severe depression affect your decision making process?
Yes, depression kind of slows down everything, including your ability to think.
So severe depression can actually affect all of your thought processes?
It can.
Can mental health issues affect your judgment and reflection abilities?
Yes.
What is the difference between suicidality or suicidal ideations and homicidal ideations?
Suicidal ideations are thoughts about wanting to kill yourself. Homicidal ideations are thoughts about wanting to kill someone else.
Does someone who has suicidal ideations necessarily have homicidal ideations?
No.
Does someone who has homicidal ideations necessarily have suicidal ideations?
No.
Those two things can exist separately.
That's correct.
And oftentimes do.
That's correct.
When you evaluated Ms. Daniels, did you find her to have a history of suicidal ideations?
Yes.
And aside from this instant conduct, did you see her to have a history of homicidal ideations?
No.
When you're dealing with severe depression and mental health issues, can...
Man, hold on. I might need to put a trigger warning up for for this real quick.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Shout out to Joni Ford. Yo, drop her some coins in the chat. Shout out to Joni Ford. Drop her some coins and some Blue Jays in the chat. Much love, much love. Appreciate the support, family. Y'all show her some love in the chat. All right, let's get back to it. Let me put this trigger warning up, too.
those issues affect the way an individual responds to emotional triggers?
Yes.
How?
If you're depressed, for example, or if you have other mental health problems going on. The way I think about it is that it makes you vulnerable. It kind of raises your, what do I want to say? It's easier, right? It's easier to react in an extreme way if your stress or your mental health is not doing well. It takes less to get a more kind of extreme reaction.
So can it affect your reason ability in the face of that trigger?
Yes.
Can it affect your ability to make decisions?
Yes.
Your ability to make well-reasoned decisions?
Yes.
Now, towards the end of when you were talking with Mr. McAlpin after lunch, you were saying suicide on its own is not necessarily indicative of things. Is suicidality usually indicative of a larger mental health issue?
It can be. Certainly if it's something that comes up during times when there are other mental health symptoms like depressive symptoms. There are some people that suicide comes up for them like once in their life because they're really stressed out or there's just a lot of things going on in their life. But in general, if someone is suicidal, it certainly raises the suspicion that there's a mental health problem going on.
And there's a whole spectrum
What up, Lady L? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining.
of suicidalness, right? You have some people who could have a terminal degenerative disease that are choosing conscientiously to end their lives versus someone in a mental health crisis who takes their own lives.
That's right.
There's a whole spectrum.
Yes.
But oftentimes, wanting to commit suicide, those suicidal ideations are indicative of an underlying mental health issue.
Yes.
The suicidal ideation itself, is that its own mental health issue, or is it a symptom?
I think both. We would treat, even if someone didn't meet like a diagnosis for a mental health problem, the suicidal ideation would still be something that could be treated and addressed.
And it should be treated and addressed, right? That's a concerning symptom. Now I want to talk to you about when Mr. McAlpin was discussing your prior testimony experience, okay? You indicated that you have testified more for the defense.
That's
right?
correct.
Now, when you and I were speaking earlier, you talked about this, a not guilty by reason of insanity defense is extremely rare.
Yes.
How many evaluations do you think you have done?
Evaluations specifically to,
Forensic evaluations,
at this point in my career, well over 800.
okay? How many times have you found someone to meet the threshold of not guilty by reason of insanity?
Less than,
Me or her? Okay, I'll be louder. He was saying he couldn't hear me.
Okay.
All right. Of the 800 evaluations, how many times have you found individuals to be not guilty by reason of insanity?
less than 2% of those evaluations.
It's an extremely high standard.
Yes, it's difficult to meet.
And Ms. Daniels did not meet that standard, right?
It's my opinion she would not meet that standard.
Okay. In your practice as a forensic psychologist, this is what you do. You said you've done over 800 evaluations, right?
That's right.
Oftentimes, when you end up at a trial, it's because someone was found not guilty by reason of insanity, in your opinion, right?
If I end up at trial, it typically isn't for not guilty by reason of insanity. There's only been one instance in my career where I've testified at a trial for that purpose.
Was that for the defense or for the state?
For the state.
Okay. Of the 800 evaluations, are most of those court appointed?
Yes.
Is that usually state oriented? Are you usually hired separately by the defense?
Most of my work, I'm appointed by the court, so I'm not hired by defense or prosecution. When I am hired privately, when I'm hired by one party or the other, it is typically that I'm hired by the defense.
The state kind of already has you in access through Vanderbilt, right?
Through the court-ordered process, yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about when Mr. McAlpin was discussing your basis of information, okay?
Okay.
You only met with Ms. Daniels one time.
That's right.
Is that normal for your evaluations to only meet with the person one time?
It's not uncommon, certainly. I think for these evaluations, it's typically 1 to 2 meetings.
And is that the same whether you're testifying for the defense or for the state?
Yes.
In either instance, do you blindly rely on self-reporting?
No. Again, the idea is that there needs to be other data that would support what the defendant is telling me.
And did you look for that other data here?
Yes.
And you found Tabitha Perry's statement?
Correct.
Did you believe it corroborated what Ms. Daniels told you?
Yes.
You read police reports?
Yes.
Did you believe that corroborated what Ms. Daniels told you?
In a sense, she wasn't able to remember a lot of what was actually in police reports, meaning like what was mostly in police reports is what they observed when they got to the scene. And she's saying that she doesn't remember a lot of what happened during the incident and immediately after. So in that sense, no. But the things that she did remember, those were consistent with.
Did the
what was in
police reports corroborate mental health concerns for you?
The police reports confirmed that she was pointing a gun at her head and was then, shortly after arrest, indicating that she wanted to kill herself.
The receipts that you saw corroborated the timeline that she gave you.
That's right.
The suicide note corroborated those suicidal ideations she talked to you about.
That's right.
The video of Brodes Perry talking about seeing her at the cigar lounge corroborated her timeline of events for you.
That's right.
Did you find Ms. Daniels to be a woman who suffers from mental illness?
Yes.
Did you find that she is a woman who has suffered from mental illness for a long time?
I know I'm being nitpicky here. For a long time, I can say that she was endorsing depressive symptoms for at least 2 years before the offense happened.
And even all the way back to the end of her first marriage, right? With that first suicide attempt.
That's right.
So that takes us back to like a 10-year period of time, right?
That's true.
What was the overriding emotion endorsed by Ms. Daniels when you met with her?
The overriding emotion she endorsed around the time of the offense was sadness, hopelessness.
When you talked about defensive avoidance, what do you mean by defensive?
Defensive in that context is talking about how our brain naturally tries to defend us against traumatic things. So avoiding thoughts of a scary memory is a type of like mental defense.
Is that different than someone behaving defensively? Like that almost, kind of reaction?
Yes.
And in speaking with Ms. Daniels, she talked to you about the fact that she was always expected to put on a happy face, right?
That's right.
No matter what was going on inside of her.
That's right.
And that had been her reality since she was a child.
Yes.
I want to talk to you now about something you and Mr. McAlpin discussed.
Peace, peace, Abriya. Appreciate you joining, family. Good to see you.
Regarding impulsivity. Can you talk to me a little bit more about what impulsivity is?
Impulsivity is when somebody acts quickly in the heat of a moment. Sometimes when you hear impulsivity, people say it's like acting without thinking. But typically it's acting really quickly, like unexpectedly in the heat of a moment.
And how does impulsivity tie to mental health issues?
There are mental health issues that include impulsivity, and it's not necessarily the symptom of a few, but not necessarily common across all mental health disorders.
Is it associated with depressive disorders?
Not typically.
Okay. What was the context of the impulsivity when you were speaking with Mr. McAlpin?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you find any impulsivity issues with Ms. Daniels in her reasoning?
Can you rephrase that?
That was a poorly worded question. I apologize. Did you, does impulsivity affect decision making?
If somebody is like an impulsive person, typically that means that they make poor decisions and again react without a whole lot of thought about consequences.
Can impulsivity be associated with suicidal attempts or suicidal ideations?
Yes. The research that's out there about completed suicides, people that attempt and they end up dying, typically that is related to impulsivity. Most of the time suicidal acts are impulsive.
I'm going to shift gears for just a minute. In assessing Ms. Daniels, did Latosha endorse feelings of remorse about what happened?
Yes.
Significant remorse?
Yes.
Now, last thing I want to talk to you about. As a psychologist, you meet with people and discuss the most intimate parts of their lives, right?
More so in my clinical work than my forensic work, but yes.
You find out the most personal details of people.
Yes.
Is that a relationship that has to be based on trust?
I would say in the clinical sense, yes. In a forensic evaluation, it's difficult to build trust in a matter of a few hours. And it's not a priority in forensic evaluations for there to be trust there. But absolutely, in a clinical sense, yes, trust is very important.
Because in that context, the person with whom you are dealing is extraordinarily vulnerable.
Yes.
And they have completely opened themselves up to you.
Yes. As far as I know.
That's all I know.
All right, any recross?
No, ma'am.
All right, you may step down, ma'am. All right, jurors, we just take a short break. So we'll reconvene shortly. So I'm gonna show you excuse this time. And remember, we're still not ready to discuss the case.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Oh shit, I was on mute.
They're gonna be so excited when you find
I was on mute the whole time. I said, show some love for Risa. Shout out to Risa. Appreciate you, family. Drop some coins in the chat. Show her some love. Appreciate you, family. No one in the building. What's good, family? I see you. Appreciate you joining. All right, we're going to get into the closing arguments. Let's get over to the closing arguments. Let me see. Where we at?
finally tell them that they can talk back.
All right, so just let me know whenever you just...
Yeah, we can just step out.
All right, I'll give you some time. All right, take a recess.
Oh, that's not it yet. Appreciate y'all.
Let me switch.
Let me switch up. Oh, hold on. They still talking.
All right. You can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will take charge of this jury, that you will keep them separate and apart from all persons, that you will not allow them to communicate in any manner with anyone or anyone with them, and as it concerns the matter on trial, nor with you, nor you with them, and that you will deliver them safely into court, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can take a recess.
What's a recess?
Dang, when they be swearing people in to watch the jury? I guess so, huh, family? Let's see, day 4.
50125.
What we got here?
Would Your Honor consider, given the issues about the voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder, would you consider a sentence at the end of the first paragraph under second degree indicating with second degree the jury should should consider whether a heat of passion was present at the time of the alleged killing? Putting that they should be considering that at that point in time as a way to address that issue?
This is a pattern instruction, so do you have any case law to say that I can't do that?
Your Honor, you are allowed to change instructions. We're allowed to draft instructions and put them forward for the court's approval. They just have to comport with the law. And as long as they comport with the law, the court is allowed discretion within the jury instructions.
Okay, what did the jury ask for again?
So because of this issue, that is a very new issue brought up by that denial of writ, with Sotomayor basically telling the Tennessee Supreme Court, you need to fix this. It is currently unconstitutional. We have been told by the United States Supreme Court that our jury instruction framework is unconstitutional. This is a way to address that so that Ms. Daniels gets a fair consideration by this court when they're comparing second-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter. And especially in this kind of case when we're saying this is a voluntary manslaughter, that for them to not be allowed to move to that section because of the way that our jury instructions are ordered completely denies her right to a fair trial. So if we just added a sentence to say, you know, this is the distinction between voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder, is that voluntary manslaughter requires the killing result from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation from the alleged victim sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Even if you just said, you know, like the jury should consider whether a heat of passion was present during this alleged shooting. Here.
I think it's already saying it though, because I mean, it's telling you the distinction between both, and so.
Yes, but it's not telling them to consider voluntary manslaughter anymore.
What's the state's position?
The law in Tennessee is that you charge first-degree murder, second-degree murder, and voluntary manslaughter. So that changes. I think that's what the court should do.
And I get your point, Ms. Speaks. I do. I understand what you're saying. It's just this is the law, and I have to follow what the law is. But I get your point.
And I'm not asking you to change the law. I'm asking you to provide some clarification to the jurors regarding it. And that's what these instructions are supposed to do. They're supposed to help guide them through this process. And when we have a situation to where second-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter are sequential, they don't move to that heat of passion according to the jury instructions. They don't move to that heat of passion until they completely acquit of second-degree murder. Then if you don't tell them, you need to take this into consideration here before you, I mean, like if in the decision on whether or not to acquit on second degree and move down to voluntary manslaughter, then they don't get to the point that they are able to consider that as an element.
Hold on, she's about to start clapping her hands. They don't get to do. Tell her.
That's asking them to do the cafeteria style that we're not allowed to do.
I mean, these are the pattern instructions adopted by Supreme Court, and
Aubrey-ya in the building. What up, family?
at this point, I'm gonna deny the request. I get it, but I'm gonna deny the request because that, I mean, these are what they have set out. You know, what to use. So at this point, I'm gonna deny the request.
Given the fact that the jury instruction requests specifically are supposed to be in writing, would the court give me a moment just to draft a pleading so that I can file it, to have it in writing to make the record?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did not tell you not to go outside. Hell no. Did not.
Includes the lesser offense of possessing a firearm during a felony. The defendant pleads not guilty to the offenses as charged in the indictment. The law makes it the duty of the court to give in charge to the jury the law relative to the case on trial, and the duty of the jury to carefully consider all of the evidence delivered to them on the trial and under the law given them by the court, render their verdict with absolute impartiality. No independent research or discussion. You as jurors must decide this case based solely on the evidence presented here within the four walls of this courtroom. This means that during the trial, you must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in the case, and the individuals involved in the case. In other words, you should not consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, websites, blogs, or use any other electronic tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Please do not try to find out information from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. Until you retire to deliberate, you may not discuss this case with anyone, even your fellow jurors. After you retire to deliberate, you may begin discussing the case with your fellow jurors, but you cannot discuss the case.
Okay, we get it. Let's get to it. Appreciate y'all, family.
Unlawfully killed a victim.
Now, to the closing arguments. Finally.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
You broke my heart. You broke my heart. I felt used. He broke up with me in a disappearing text message. Who does that to someone that they love? I wanted him to feel the pain that I felt. These are the words of the defendant, Latoshia Daniels. And earlier this week, we told you that you would hear a lot of testimony. You would see some pictures, you would see some videos, but most importantly, we wanted you to pay attention. And a key part of paying attention is not getting distracted. Not
What up for always, forever, for life? Appreciate you joining, family.
getting confused as to who the victim is. The victims in this case are Mr. and Mrs. Perry, not the defendant. The decisions that she made caused them to be victims. And once we're finished here today, you'll see that this case really isn't that complicated. It's kind of easy. She's charged with 3 counts: first-degree murder, criminal attempt first-degree murder, and employing a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony. First-degree murder, and you'll see this in your jury instructions, is defined as a premeditated killing of another. 1, the state has to prove that the defendant unlawfully killed a victim. 2, the defendant must have acted intentionally. 3, the killing must be premeditated. So, what is considered unlawful? Well, what is considered a lawful killing? One example can be the defense of others or yourself. Intentional. What does it mean to be intentional? Does it seem like an accident? Does it seem like a mistake? Your jury instructions say that something is intentional if it's a person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of another person. Number 3, premeditation. The killing has to be premeditated. And as we learned in voir dire, premeditation doesn't have to be a specific length of time. It could be 2 seconds, 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months. There's no time frame. It just means that you had to think about your actions and you had time to reflect. That could be as simple as stepping out of your car, raising your arm, and the time it takes you to point the firearm at someone and shoot and kill them. Or in this case, it could be driving to the gun store, purchasing a gun, purchasing ammunition, leaving the gun store, driving 3 hours to Memphis to your married ex-boyfriend's house, and knocking on their door. So this week, we started off hearing from Tabitha Perry. She testified that her husband was an executive pastor in Little Rock, and later he moved to Memphis along with her for a new position at Mississippi Boulevard, a prominent church here in Memphis. She also testified that they knew the defendant. They knew her from Little Rock when he was previously working over there. And on April 4th, 2019, Mrs. Perry heard a knock at her door. When she went to her door, the defendant was standing there. Now, she thought it was odd that Ms. Daniels was standing there, but she didn't think too much of it because they had given their address out to several people at the church in Little Rock. After she let her in, Mrs. Perry and the defendant sat and talked for about 20 minutes until Brodes Perry showed up. When Mr. Perry showed up, the defendant even told you that they sat and talked for a while. She even took a drink. And once she decided that it was time to go, Mrs. Perry and Mr. Perry led her out of their doorway. And as Mrs. Perry was leading her out of the doorway, she turned back and she saw the defendant reach into her coat pocket, remove a gun, and shoot Mr. Perry in his own doorway. Once she did that, Mrs. Perry looked to her neighbors for help. She tried to get help, and then when she saw her husband lying on the ground, she went to go help him. She pleaded with the defendant, "Why are you doing this? Why is this happening? Please stop." Well, not only did the defendant not stop, she shot Mrs. Perry. And not only did she shoot Mrs. Perry, she reloaded her gun. After after Mrs. Perry, we heard from Detective Roberts. He testified that the very weapon that was used to shoot Mr. and Mrs. Perry was purchased hours prior to this incident. He testified that the defendant purchased that firearm at a gun store at around 4:30 that same day in Sherman, Arkansas. Detective Roberts told us that he spoke to Ray Palladino, the general manager of that sporting goods store. From Mr. Palladino, he received the surveillance footage, and that surveillance footage showed the defendant coming in, purchasing a gun, purchasing ammunition, and leaving. Mr. Palladino also provided Detective Roberts with a receipt. That receipt had the defendant's first and last name on it. It had the serial number of the Ruger handgun that she purchased, and the last 4 digits of her credit card. It's the same credit card that Detective Roberts discovered in the defendant's vehicle when he searched it. We also heard from Dr. Curry. Now, Dr. Curry testified that she performed Mr. Perry's autopsy. She testified that the cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner of death was homicide. She testified to recovering the bullets, placing them in an envelope, initialing and dating them, and leaving them to be picked up. But Dr. Curry isn't the only doctor we heard from. Defense put on Dr. Bidding. Dr. Bidding was hired by the defendant and her team. And you heard her, she testified that she has testified for more defendants than she has prosecution. And ladies and gentlemen, think carefully about what she told you. She told you that depression and someone being suicidal does not mean that they cannot form the intent to kill someone. She also told you that she didn't even offer an opinion as to the defendant's mental state at the time of the offense. So what do we need? We need an unlawful killing, intent, premeditation. Unlawful killing. Well, there was no self-defense claim, and the only other firearm found in the residence, found in the crime scene, was in a box under a nightstand in a completely separate room. Intent. I wanted him to feel the pain that I felt. He broke my heart. You heard that from the defendant herself. Premeditation. We'll take your pick. Whether it's the drive to the gun store, the time it took to purchase, choose a firearm and ammunition, the time it took to drive 3 hours to Memphis to her ex-boyfriend's house, or the 20-minute conversation she had when she finally went up to their apartment. Criminal attempt first-degree murder. So in your jury instructions, you'll see what's on the screen right here, and that's a lot of words. But the judge is giving you the law, and the best way that I can describe it is that the defendant must have an intent to commit first-degree murder. But they fell short for some reason. The act wasn't complete. And that's how you have criminal attempt first-degree murder. We heard from Tabitha Perry, and she testified that she was shot in the shoulder. After the incident, she was transported to the hospital, and the doctors left the bullet inside of her. It wasn't until later that she had to get it surgically removed. It was causing her extreme pain, and by the time that she got it removed, it was poking out of her back. And even today, 6 years later, she is still suffering from pain from that incident. Now let's talk about transfer of intent. You heard in your jury instructions that sometimes when you intend to kill one person, and you don't kill that person, but you kill another person, that is how the transfer intent happens. Tabitha Perry testified that when she spoke to police, she told them that she didn't even believe that the defendant meant to hurt her. But that's okay, because you don't have to actually hit your intended target to be charged and convicted of criminal attempt first-degree murder. As long as you had the intent to kill one person, it doesn't matter that you accidentally shot or you actually shot someone else. Your intent is still there. The only thing that's different is the person that got hurt. Employing a firearm during a dangerous felony. So on the screen here, it says that any person who employs a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony is guilty of a crime. The state has to prove that 1, that the defendant employed a firearm. 2, the employment was during the commission of or attempt to commit criminal attempt first-degree murder against the alleged victim, Tabitha Perry. And 3, that the defendant acted intentionally, knowing, or recklessly. In addition to Mrs. Perry's testimony, we heard from Captain Draper, Officer McLean, and Special Agent Broxane. Draper testified that he and McLean were a few of the officers that responded to the crime scene on the offense day. And when he got there, he witnessed the defendant holding a firearm. She refused to comply with orders. Captain Draper testified to the non-lethal force that was used to unarm her. Officer McLean testified to securing and clearing the weapon that the defendant had in her possession. He noticed that there was nothing in the chamber, but yet there was a magazine in the gun. Special Agent Sane testified to the ballistics. He examined the Ruger, the casings, and the bullets from the medical examiner. He determined that all the cartridge cases and the bullets had been fired from that same handgun that was recovered off of the defendant. And now we're back at the beginning. You broke my heart. So I'm going to purchase a firearm. You broke my heart. So I'm going to purchase ammunition. You broke my heart. So I'm going to take that gun and the ammunition and drive 3 hours away to your home. You broke my heart. So I'm going to knock on your door. You broke my heart. I'm going to sit there and talk with you and your wife for about 20 minutes. You broke my heart. So I decide to leave. You broke my heart. So I'm going to shoot you and kill you in your doorway, and along the way shoot your wife. But it's okay, because you broke my heart. Decision after decision after decision. Ladies and gentlemen, if a broken heart was an excuse or a defense to murder, I wouldn't have a job. The standard of proof in this case is beyond a reasonable doubt. Not 100% certainty, not beyond all doubt, not beyond a shadow of a doubt. What's required is certainty that lets you rest easy at night. And now it's your turn. After you consider all of the evidence and apply the law that the judge has given you and use your common sense, the state is confident that your verdict will be guilty as charged. Don't let a broken heart distract you from the human life that was lost. Thank
you. You broke my heart. So now I'm going to shoot you. That was a crazy closing. Hold on, no. Before we get to the rest of the closing, we got a little bit that we didn't cover yesterday, so we could get into some of that. Appreciate y'all being here. Fire Marshal Bill on the stand.
Can you identify that?
Yes, sir. This is the credit card that I located inside the vehicle when I executed the search warrant.
And what are the last four on that credit card?
7571.
And is that the same last four as the credit card that was used to purchase the handgun that day in Sherwood, Arkansas?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I would ask that be made next exhibit, would.
Interjection.
No, John.
All right, we'll show the credit card marked as Exhibit 8.
Yes, sir. The day before, if I may, I contacted the sporting goods store and told them what I was needing, and they sent me 4 still shots from a video of the defendant going in the store and purchasing it.
My name is Fire Marshal Bill. Let me tell you something.
And then several days later, I went to the store and actually got a thumb drive from the store of that video.
I want to play a video for you and ask you if you can identify. And I will say, before I play this, that in an attempt to be
have a good one, Kristen Vasquez. Appreciate you tapping in with us.
More efficient with the court and the jury's time, I've shortened the video and sped it up at certain points.
Okay.
And even put a little writing in there, I think you'll see. But I basically want you to tell me, is this at least portions of the video that you recovered from Thompson Sporting Goods in Sherwood?
Yes.
Your Honor, I just may note for the record, although this may not be the appropriate witness for some of this evidence, in the spirit of judicial economy, we are not objecting to any of this being entered through this witness.
All right, thank you.
Dropper said, people are so deranged these days, make people don't want to get into a relationships for fear of it. If it doesn't work out, you might lose your life. Sad, it's crazy. Didn't look crazy right there.
Is that the video that you recovered from Sporting Goods?
Yes, sir, it was.
Because the owner is going to be here tomorrow, but I'm moving now. I've put the entire video and then the kind of sped up clip both on the thumb drive, and I would ask that they be entered into evidence.
And again, with the same admonishment that we don't have an issue with it going in through this witness judicial economy. I would not agree with what she meant.
Okay. All right. Exhibit 9 will show the video from the purchase of the gun.
Can you hand you this picture? Can you identify that, please?
Yes, sir, I can.
What is that?
This is the still shot that I received from the sporting goods store. They emailed me the day after I received the ATF filing information about the handgun.
And is that taken off the video?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I would ask that be marked next to
No objection.
We'll show the still shot of the defendant walking in the store as Exhibit 10.
May I publish that to the jury?
Yes.
And is that what you just identified?
Yes, sir, it is.
And do you recognize that individual?
That's the defendant.
So you recognize that as being Latoshia Daniels?
Yes, I do.
She really went and bought the pistol. What's up with that? You broke my heart. I'm gonna go get a gun. That's crazy. Guess she did look crazy in that video. You just couldn't see it.
That's all the questions I have.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. I approach it well.
Yes.
Is it Detective Roberts?
I'm a lieutenant now, sir.
Lieutenant Roberts.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Roberts. My name is Sergeant Moore. I represent Ms. Daniels, and I just probably have more than a few questions.
I understand.
You were the lead investigator in this case.
Correct.
And with that comes a huge responsibility.
Yes, sir.
Correct. When you're a lead investigator in a case, particularly a case like this, you have an array of duties.
Correct.
And the first thing that you do is you get a call, and when you come to a crime scene, you have to secure that scene.
Yeah, usually the patrol officers have already secured the scene.
And once that scene has been secured, you make sure that it's been secured properly.
Correct.
Correct. Then do you canvass the area to talk to witnesses to see if anybody saw anything?
We do our best, yes, sir.
Okay. In this particular case, did you canvass the area or the apartment complex to see if there were any witnesses?
I do not recall if I did. There were two other detectives with me that assisted me with this case, but I do not remember particularly going door to door. There was only one other apartment next to Mrs. Perry's apartment there.
Okay. So the scene you arrived, it's been secured by the other officers, correct?
Correct.
Was Miss Perry or Mr. Perry's body still there, or had they been taken to the hospital?
No, they had already been taken by ambulance.
And Miss Daniels had been taken away as well?
Correct. The Perrys went to the Med, or now Regional 1, and the defendant went to Cardinal Baptist.
Okay. And so now your job is to secure the scene and collect evidence.
Correct.
And earlier, when Mr. McAlpine was talking to you, you started talking about some of the evidence that you gathered.
Correct.
In a case like this, once you started gathering evidence, you start kind of putting together the pieces to a puzzle.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, you didn't know Miss Daniels, correct?
No.
You didn't know Mr. Perry?
No.
You didn't know Miss Perry?
No.
You didn't know anything about who they were or their prior relationships?
I know nothing about this case.
Okay. So you come to the scene and you secure it.
Correct.
You start gathering and collecting evidence. And that's important because you have to secure that evidence so that it makes it to this courtroom for trials. Correct. And so you did that.
Correct.
Part of your responsibilities and duties as the lead investigator is you secure the scene. We've talked about that. You collect evidence. Mr. McAlpin has gone through what you secured, and you make sure that it gets to the appropriate parties.
Correct.
In this particular case, you sent the shell casings to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Correct.
And you made sure that they got that and received it.
Correct.
So that they could test it.
Correct.
And make sure that it was fired from that weapon.
Correct.
Early on in your investigation, it was pretty obvious to you that this was Ms. Daniels had shot Mr. Perry. Is that correct?
That's what we understood.
Okay. And once you went to the sporting goods store in Arkansas, you saw where she had purchased that weapon.
Correct.
Correct. If I can show you what's already been marked as, I think, exhibit number 10. I might be a little challenged. I see it here.
Next up, Stan gonna be testifying. Coming up next.
Arkansas is the sporting goods store.
Correct.
And,
yes, sir.
And at some point, based on your investigation, she comes to Memphis.
Yes, she does.
And goes downtown. How far is it from Sherwood to downtown Memphis?
2.5, 3 hours.
Okay. Because earlier you testified it was 3 hours of Collierville.
Yes, sir.
So about 2.5 hours would be.
No, my best guesstimate, yes.
And then another 30 minutes from downtown Memphis to Collierville.
Yes, sir.
And this all happened, the purchase was at 4:37.
Correct.
Correct. And
according to the business.
And what was the time that you responded?
I said it was late. It was maybe 11 o'clock.
Let me tell you something.
Or so.
11:37?
It could have been that, yes, sir.
Okay. And earlier, let's talk about, you testified that you went out to Miss Daniels' car and you retrieved a credit card.
No, that was several days later.
Okay. Several days later, you went to her car and you retrieved the credit card.
Yeah, we towed her car to our secure lot
Okay.
and secured it, and then obtained a search warrant to search it.
Okay. And when you got that search warrant, you obtained the credit card.
Yes, sir.
Correct. There was no purse in the car, correct?
No, sir.
And there was no purse in the still video.
No, sir.
When she was at the sporting goods store.
I don't recall if there was there was a lot of stuff inside that car, but I don't recall a purse.
Now, getting back to your investigation, as this investigation kind of went on, you started to put the pieces to this puzzle together, and information came to you.
Yes, sir.
One of the things that came to you, you got a call from a Chriselle Marshall. If I can have it in here.
All right, you may have a seat, sir. All right, you may have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, it's Detective Jonathan, Jonathan, Watts, Watts,
And where are you employed?
with the Carterville Police Department,
And how long have you been with the Carterville Police Department?
just over 20 years.
And what positions have you held?
I started as a patrol officer and now as a detective in the Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. As a part of your duties, do you take pictures of crime scenes?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to take you back to April 4th of 2019. Do you recall taking pictures of a crime scene on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that crime scene on Elkstone Place in Carterville?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Is that an apartment complex?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what happened when you responded there?
I was asked to come help process the crime scene in regards to a shooting scene where 2 individuals had been shot.
When you say process, what does that all entail?
So for me that day was photographing the crime scene. Usually processing will be photographing, collecting evidence, things of that nature.
Okay. And where did you take pictures of?
Took pictures as we entered the apartment complex, the apartment where the incident occurred, and where the suspect's vehicle was in the parking lot.
Okay. I'm going to pass you some pictures, Detective Brodes. If you could just take a look at these.
Yes, ma'am.
And after you look at them, if you could tell us if you recognize those pictures.
Yes, ma'am.
And do those pictures accurately depict the described next to the shoe on the ground?
That was as soon as you enter into the apartment. It was right there. Yes, ma'am.
And what's next to placard 2?
It is another spent shell casing.
Okay. And where is this area? Is this near a wall?
But that was, I believe, behind the door. The open door, if you were to close it, it was behind the door.
Oh, behind the front door?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Placard 3. Could you tell us what's shown in this?
That is a mangled round that had been fired.
Do you know what area of the home this was found in?
I believe that was right in front of the doors on the right there, where that heavy amount of blood was.
Placard 5.
That's a spent shell casing, or a spent round.
Okay. And is that a door frame that it's next to?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that near the entrance of the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Placard 6. What's shown here?
Is another spent shell casing.
And this was inside the home?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does this photograph show?
The suspect vehicle.
And if you could describe to us what kind of vehicle this is?
I believe a Toyota silver in color or sedan.
And what about this?
That is also of the vehicle, just from the different angle.
Okay. Did you execute a search warrant on this vehicle, or did you just take pictures?
I just took pictures of it.
Okay. And so once you took the photographs of the crime scene and the suspect vehicle, what did you do with them?
With the photos?
Yes.
I submitted them into evidence.
So did you do anything else pertaining to this investigation?
The evidence that was brought back, I photographed that in the lab, and then all the pictures were submitted.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
Well, I guess we can get back to the closing arguments. I just wanted y'all to see Fire Marshal Bill and Stan, what's his name, Stan, He said Stewart. I think it's Stan from Mad TV. We skipped over them yesterday, so I didn't want to leave that out. Appreciate y'all being here. Shout out to our stream sponsors, Risa, Joni 4. Much love, much love. Let's keep it rolling.
May we approach?
Yes. All right, you may see it. Finish to make a closing statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We have told you from the very beginning that Ms. Daniels is not denying what happened. She is not saying, I have no responsibility. I have no accountability. That is not our position, and it has not been our position from the first time that we talked in Woodard. We told you she is guilty of something, but she is not guilty of first-degree murder and criminal attempt first-degree murder and employing a firearm during felony. That is not what these facts illustrate, unless you're looking at them from far, far away and ignoring all of the details and all of the intent. When I was in high school, one of the formative trips that I took, my mom and I went to Barcelona, and we went to the Museum of Salvador Dali. This man had the most amazing brain. He could paint pictures that from far away looked like one thing, and then when you got close up on them, looked like something completely different. And I will never, ever forget standing in the top balcony of that museum, looking across the way and seeing this. And there's a little plaque that tells you, squint your eyes and look at it. What do you see? I saw Abraham Lincoln. I absolutely saw Abraham Lincoln. And then, when you walk back around, they tell you how to get up there. This is that painting close up. It's something completely different. Not only a different picture, but an entirely different emotional response. You would never think that that was the Abraham Lincoln that you had just seen. But that can be the difference between looking at something from far, far away and ignoring the details versus seeing the intricacies of what it is actually made of. I want to talk to you first about Brodes Perry. We've heard a lot about him this week. He was a pastor at St. Mark Baptist Church in Little Rock. He was the leader of the life groups there. He was married to Tabitha Perry. This is what people standing far away saw. But when you got much more close, when you got to know Brodes Perry the way Latoshia knew Brodes Perry, you started to see a different side. And sometimes even then, you miss it. He was a manipulative person. I know that he is not here anymore, and that is a tragedy. But that doesn't change the fact that during his time on earth, he manipulated the real things.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
I don't know if I'm digging her argument so far. I don't know how I'm feeling. What y'all think about that so far? That picture kind of threw me off. I don't know what's going on. But shout out to Joni 4. Hey, appreciate you, family. Y'all show some love to Joni 4 for the gifted membership. Appreciate you. Let's get back to it. Much love, much love. Y'all drop some coins and some blue jays in the chat. There you go. There go the blue jays for Joni 4. Appreciate you, family. Much love.
He was controlling. And he wanted this lifestyle of ethical non-monogamy. Regarding the ethical non-monogamy, that was, when I talk about the manipulation of women in his life, that was a big source of it. He manipulated Tabitha into thinking, oh, well, this is just something that I thought about. It's okay that you don't want to do it. He manipulated Chriselle and Danielle, who he had the Marco Polo group with, in that he made this whole fiction where his wife was completely on board with this, and he was living this open, honest, and transparent lifestyle where he was ethically engaging in non-monogamy. As a pastor of the church looking for a group of people who would sanction his behavior, he found these women, educated women, and lied to them about this. He manipulated Latoshia in so many ways. But regarding the ethical non-monogamy, his position was, my wife says it's okay, so my girlfriend should not be saying no.
Would you like to engage in some ethical non-monogamy? The hell?
Even to Latoshia, he lied about Tabitha being opposed to this lifestyle. When Latoshia got involved, she thought Tabitha was on board with this ethical non-monogamy, and she was not. We heard from Brodes Perry manipulating these women.
Those aren't an issue at home, but I get it, but it ain't an issue. I have been though, so if we talking, let's switch subject and get a little more serious. You know, for me, our agreements have been simple, right? No exes, nobody from Jacksonville, Florida, which is home for us, and nobody in the city that you live in, that currently live in, which means nobody in Memphis. That was the case, of course, in Little Rock, outside of Girlfriend, because Girlfriend is in Little Rock. The way that kind of happened is, short version, when she decided to open up the marriage and allow me to be on the inside her. Girlfriend is a therapist, right? And she didn't go to her for therapy, but she asked her some questions. And based on this therapy session she had with this other lady. And she was asking her some questions after she had just said, bro, this is what I'm gonna let you do, blah, 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 you know, it is what it is. But from there, she asked her some questions. And so she was like, I just got a couple questions for you. And, you know, they were gonna play tennis together. She was one of the life group leaders. And so we had rapport, we had rapport. And she asked a question, and it was like, yeah, blase, blase, I'm thinking about this. And what do you think about this? Or what do you think X, Y, and Z could potentially become from? And I'm sorry, I'm looking to see who was in the cigar lounge, because this is not what I really frequent that often. So I'm kind of careful about who potentially is in here, because I don't want to pass off the hassle. You know, I really want to go in and go chill in the back, but yeah, I'm not a member. But yeah.
Wasn't the book, hey, what was the name of the book? The Ethical Slut? Yeah, he passed them to. We want you to read this Ethical Slut book.
I'm trying to make it over for it now. But anyway, so the next thing that she shared with her was, you know my husband like you, right? Well, he thinks you're attractive. And she was like, what? He's like, yeah, I know what he likes, and he thinks you're attractive. Not that he's been rude or anything like that. We've had conversations. Well, you know, we did, because like one time we was hitting around having a watch. And she asked me, I was like, well, you got to get her. I ain't want to get this. I'm coming across this creepy guy, right? We're trying to spice things up. In that regard, even though that was even somewhat limited, but the idea was like watching me, that's neither here nor there. But when the question came up, it was her, right? The shit she asked. Well, who would you want? And that was the first thing I said. She said, I know you like her. I know what. So anyway, so she said, like you know, blah, blah, blah. And she said, well, if you were interested, just, now I'm not saying that you are, but I'm also saying I'm giving him this X, Y, and Z, and he may come your way. And she did. But she was like, okay, cool. But we had a conversation. And after that, that's when the whole nobody in the city thing came up. It was more like, I'll give you a pass with her because I essentially gave you the alley. But nobody. So I'm trying to figure this. So fast forward, that's a whole lot of shit, right? Trying to get the right. So I have been thinking about, the past couple of weeks in terms of expanding, my ethical non-monogamy, just kind of, so my wife, her and I, we were chatting over there, I was like, well, baby, I got a couple questions, I'm just curious, she knows about everything like this. So I was like, when do you want to know? When do you want to know that there's someone who has my interest, or someone who I would like to pursue? Do you want to know the moment that I feel like it's more than just banter? Do you want to know at the moment that I would like to begin to banter? Do you want to know once I feel like it might be a thing beyond banter? Or what? Because this is kind of new for us, right? Because girlfriend, Tasha, that's easy. That's been 2 years. That's been it for the most part. Outside of me going, that's out on my birthday. But it's kind of been easy in that regard. So we're trying to figure out what does that look like. So I'm just kind of really thinking through where I am with that, right? You know, where I, in terms of those. So there's a lot of newness. And I say that just to say that there's stuff.
Are you into freak off?
I say that just to say that there's still a lot of newness.
Scraping for shit. No, I like that.
Ethical non-monogamy that I'm wrestling with. And it's fun, right? It's fun, it's interesting, it's causing us to communicate and chat and really talk again about different things that we kind of, in a real sense, have been settled to some degree. But realizing that in this ethical non-monogamy, we got to keep things in pencil and not pen. You know, some things are pencil pen, right? There's some hard news, but gotta be a flexible with that.
You are a liar.
So that's why I know you're talking about being sprung and giddy and all that stuff. I think because that those flutters or those emotions, right, those initial thoughts are all kind of new and very much new because this person is brand new. Like, I don't know Cherie, right? I knew Tasha, there was some level of familiarity there. And that's typically how I've always engaged with it, right? With some level of familiarity. I cannot, whether being in the same class again in college or something like that, I've never kind of quote unquote cold called anyone. You know, if that makes sense. Because I'm not, I don't think I'm that guy. So, yeah. Thanks for coming to my text. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna go in here. But now I'm thinking, how far would we go downtown? Because I'm like, there's a lot of folk in there. I don't know if I trust who's in that room right now. Shit. I just need to do better with smoking in houses, cigar houses. I'm just, your opinion matters to me because we are in this relationship. But at the same time, like I said from the outset, I want to be respectful, but I also want to let you know that, your opinion matters. But at the same time, I don't want you to put me in a box, right? Because while we talk about it in theory, this is now the practice part. And with Tab being perfectly fine with, the situation, because how I've handled and been honest and transparent and open with her in regard to this current relationship, me expanding it is not an issue for me. Basically, she told me, hey, we can talk about it when you think it's worth talking about. But the way that you handle this, I'm fine with, and I trust your judgment because you haven't given me a reason not to. It's only 2 hours away, but yes, we were in Little Rock, so we were literally because it was at that point. Wife was like, yeah, nobody at home. Like, this is an exception because I kind of threw you that, but no, you ain't dealing with nobody at home. Like, that was Jacksonville, so our heart knows that no Jacksonville, which is hometown for us, no exes, and no place in your current city. Those are the hard no's, right? She got an exception because it was there that she realized, well, yeah, I don't think I want him to be dealing with all these people, all these women, and no doubt these women would be in the church because that's all we do is kind of hang around, or in the community or close enough. So it was kind of one of those things. But
those are clips from approximately 13 videos where he talks and talks and talks, and none of it is true. None of it. You heard Tabitha sitting on the stand say,
hold on, that was crazy though. He sent the whole video. Like, you sit there and really recorded all his multiple videos, like long ass videos though too. Who is he talking to?
my hard nose were all of those things and then some. My hard nose were him seeing anyone outside of our marriage. But that's not what he told Rochelle. That's not what he told Danielle. That's not what he told Latasha. He created this world of lies, this alternate reality in this chat room where he...
Oh, Marco Polo, I did hear them say that. That's an app? I thought they was talking about they was playing a game.
He got everything that he wanted. He got validation. He got to have this lifestyle where he was cheating on multiple women, and it was okay. It was okay that he, as a pastor, do those things. That's what those women gave him. And for Latasha, she gave him whatever he wanted. And Tabitha was his wife. He took and took and took from these women. And the whole time, he was lying to all of them. I want to talk to you about Latoshia Daniels. From far away, Latoshia appears to be a professional, educated, well-rounded woman. She's a licensed clinical social worker and went into a profession to help people. She's a church member, active in the church, a life group leader, selected among the thousands of people in the church, and placed into a position of leadership by Brodes Perry. Did you notice in the one video, he said, "What I typically do is engage with women from a position of familiarity." He knew how to attract the type of woman that he was looking for. And Latoshia, when you got to know her and you got to see all of the details that make her up, she was exactly what he was looking for. She was so vulnerable because of the happiness being completely drained from her marriage, from the total lack of any emotional connection with her husband of 8 years. The traumatic history that she has had since a childhood, and always being told to keep a good face on. Her history of mental health, depression, suicidal ideations, suicidal attempts. Her dependency on other people. He knew that when he got his claws in her, she would do anything to keep him with her, including keeping his secrets. He also knew that Latoshia would have to keep his secrets because she had just as much to lose as he did. He had to have someone who was in a good job, with a good appearance, because if they found out about this affair with the pastor, she would lose everything. All of her clients, the life that she had built up in the church, her family's opinion, all of it would be gone. And he reminded her of that. From far away, their relationship, it wasn't fair. It was absolutely wrong. And it was neither of them took Tabitha's feelings into consideration. Neither of them. And they should have. Tabitha did not deserve that. But especially at the beginning, if you looked at that relationship more closely.
So wait a minute. I must have missed it. Was they actually in a relationship? Like, was they in a sexual relationship, or was they just talking about it? Was she whipped off just to talk? I don't remember them talking about that. Like, did they used to meet up in hotels or what?
Closely, there was a lot of love there. Latoshia built her life around this man. He liked bourbon, so she started learning bourbon. He liked cigars, so she started learning about cigars. She got him into running with her. They joined a biking club together. All of these things that they built. And this woman who came into this relationship so starved for love and affection was receiving it, finally. And she never wanted that to stop. But when you looked at it more closely, you could also see Brodes behaving in a very controlling way, in a very manipulative way. And Latoshia was getting slung back and forth between these emotions of, oh, I love you. No, we're gonna have some distance. This back and forth, pulling her heart in two pieces. And I will disagree with the state, because part of something that they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt is intent. And one of the things that you have to look at is whether a heat of passion was present. And a broken heart definitely has to do with heat of passion. There is no emotion more powerful in this world than love. When she was with Brodes, Latoshia was required to follow certain rules. Rule number 1 that she learned on day 1. You download the Confide app, you use it the way I tell you to, and you only communicate with me in this manner unless I tell you different. Rule number 2, when Brodes took trips, Latasha was expected to be there, and she had to pay her own way, whether she had the money to or not. Rule number 3, Latasha was not to call anybody to come to them, even in the case of a medical emergency. She was supposed to call Pastor Pointer. He knew about their relationship, he would get Brodes help, and nobody would have to find out about Latasha. Rule number 4, Latasha was not to approach him in public. He was only to approach her, because she didn't have a way of knowing if he was with someone for the church or with another pastor that may not know about their relationship. Very strict rules on what and when she could say to him. Rule number 5, when she was in a hotel room on one of their trips, she was to remain naked. Rule number 6, towards the end of their relationship, Brodes added that she should always respond to him with either yes.
Okay. I do remember the she always had to be naked part, so I do remember them meeting up then.
Yes, sir, or no, sir. And Latasha followed all of those rules because she loved that man. And she loved the love that she felt like she was getting. And then things changed. On March the 15th, Brodes behaved in a very different way. He treated her like a piece of trash, like someone who was there for his use, not his love, not worthy of his affection. And something in Latasha broke that day. And she decided that she was going to end her life. And yes, she did want him to feel that pain because it was so much pain in her. And she came and never once threatened him. There was never a single allegation that she put him in any danger or threatened him or ever even pointed the gun at him. She actually gave the gun to him once he talked to her for about 2 hours. Brodes knew what to say to make Latasha do what he wanted her to do, for good or for bad. And that day, he did get the gun from her, and he took the gun and kept it. She didn't see it after that day. Which brings us to April the 4th. Her gun, Brodes had put in a cigar locker in Little Rock. Latasha did not have access to that. She did her normal good morning text to Brodes, and finally when he responded, our time has come to an end. And then it disappeared. And in that moment of disappearing, 2 years of a life, of a relationship, of love was gone. And Latasha was still emotionally fragile from the traumatic experience on the 15th in March. Still suffering from those pains, but trying to work through it. And she decided that she was right the first time. She didn't need to be in this world. She couldn't be in this world. Not anymore. She had built her whole life around this man. And he broke up with her in a disappearing text. She apologized to her family and tried to make them understand that this is not something that she just thought about, that she's been struggling, and that the struggle was just too much. For this deeply religious woman to feel like God couldn't answer her prayers anymore because she was so deep down in this depression is just heart-wrenching.
Did this religion woman tell her to go sleep with the pastor, the married pastor?
That was at 3:14 p.m. on April the 4th. I'm having some technical difficulties. Okay. There we go. And so, after writing that suicide note, she did go to buy a gun. She didn't have one anymore, and she was going to kill herself. Yes, she planned to go buy a gun. That happened. She did not plan to go buy a gun to hurt anyone other than herself. She walked in, and you heard Mr. Palladino talk on the stand about the range of sizes and weights and prices. If you recall, when he talked about 9mm weapons, he said the cheapest 9mm weapons are in the 200s. He said that the gun that she chose is a small gun. The gun that she chose is a light gun. And when she went to that store on April the 4th, she checked out at approximately 4:47 after going through the background check and clearing it. And if you look, that gun cost $229. She bought the cheapest gun they had and just whatever ammunition they told her to get, because this was going to be the gun to take her life. So why spend a lot of money on it? After she left the gun store, she went back to her house. She did not want to stay there long because she was afraid her adult son would come home. Poured the bullets out on the bed, grabbed a handful, shoved him in her pocket, shoved the gun in her pocket, and left after leaving him as much money as she could leave him. I think it was $500. She got in her car and she started to drive. She was not driving to Memphis, Tennessee. She was driving to Jacksonville, Arkansas, to Johnson Park. This was a place that had particular significance to her because of various names associated with it. Brodes Perry was from Jacksonville, Florida. Her ex-husband's last name was Johnson, and her dad's name was Ray. All of those were men that had hurt her in her life, but that she had also loved immensely. She did not want to commit suicide at home. She did not want her adult son to find her, to have to go through that. She knew that her suicide would be hard on him, but she didn't want that weight on him.
Your Honor,
At
I
that point in
apologize for
time-
interrupting the state earlier, but the state can talk the ears off a donkey. This continued filibustering has got to stop.
She believed her son would be better off without him. As she's on the way to Jacksonville, Arkansas, she looks up and sees a sign. And that sign said, "This way to Memphis." And Latasha thought to herself, if I can just see him one more time, I can find out why he is doing this, why he wants this to be over. Maybe I can change his mind. Maybe he will see that he still loves me. Maybe he will tell me that I am still worth loving. Maybe he will give me that reason to live. And she drove to Memphis. I want to ask, how many times have you been in your car running through thoughts in your brain as they race and you analyze and you're thinking, and all of a sudden you look up and you're like, how did I get here? I was on autopilot. This was not a cool, calm, do-do-do-do-do kind of drive. This woman was planning to commit suicide. This was not a drive to hurt anyone. She wanted to talk to him, not to hurt him. And she did talk to him. She went to the Pocket, which is a cigar lounge in downtown. She knew that he goes there on Thursdays. His wife knew the same thing. It was a frequent place that he went, not just on Thursdays. And Latasha saw him and did as she was supposed to, walked past him until he acknowledged her. When he acknowledged her, they were allowed to engage, and she talked. They said that they sat there and talked for a long time, so long that the valet pulled the car away. And finally, by the end of the conversation, Brodes had said, look, we can be together if you're going to be okay with the ethical non-monogamy. And Latasha said, then I want us to tell Tabitha. And Brodes said, okay, we'll go tell Tabitha. You go to the apartment, talk to her about tennis, talk to her about, whatever. Tell her you're in town for a conference. We'll tell her together. And so Latasha goes to their apartment. It's unclear exactly what time she arrived at the apartment. It was somewhere between 9 and 10 o'clock, but either way, for the purposes of the timeline, we have that span that we don't have an exact time for. Some things we can get exact times for based on evidence, like that receipt, or if there's a phone call or something like that we can tie exact times to. We can't with this. Somewhere between 9 and 10 o'clock, Latasha indicated that she remembered the news came on. So fair assumption there, 9 or 10. And this was in Collierville. Tabitha answered the door, and Latasha came inside. They sat on that couch and talked for 10 to 20 minutes. At no point did Latasha ever raise a gun to Tabitha. At no point did Latasha ever threaten Tabitha. At no point did any indication that she was anything other than happy to be there happen. And then Brodes got home.
Latasha wasn't tripping, right? Not Latasha. What's her name? The other one. She let her in, so she must have knew something about it.
And when Brodes got home, Tabitha described him as being very agitated.
Tabitha must have knew something about it.
When he saw Latasha, did he think he called her bluff? That she wouldn't really go? He knew that she was having second thoughts. Did he really think that she was going to go into the apartment to tell Tabitha after 2 years? And she was there. And he was facing down the possibility of having to confess to his wife. And instead of doing that, he offered her bourbon. He talked to her about why she was in this why she was here for a conference. And Latasha, when he walks in, becomes confused and off balance because she thinks this big conversation is about to happen and he's just making small talk. Even going so far as to say, well, if you're drinking, we probably need to clear those clothes off the guest bedroom. Latasha had never been there. And when she was there, Tabitha testified, and Latasha testified, that she didn't go into any of the bedrooms. She stayed in the main living area. That's a picture of the guest room. How would Latasha have known that there were clothes all over it? Unless Brodes said we would have to take all those clothes off the bed. She and Tabitha and Brodes sat in that living room for 10 to 20 minutes, talking, with Latasha just waiting and waiting and waiting, thinking, well, he's talking about a bed. Maybe we're going to segue there. And he wasn't even making eye contact with her. At a certain point, he stopped even truly acknowledging her and just started talking to Tabitha. And Latasha realized he's not going to do it. He's not going to tell her. This doesn't mean enough to him. I don't mean enough to him. So I'm just going to go. I'm not going to bother y'all anymore. But she does want to know why. Just as a practical matter, does it make any sense that she was sitting inside of an apartment with a closed door where no one could see in for about 20 to 40 minutes. If she was intending on killing them, why would she not have done it when they were sitting in there in private? Instead of after Tabitha walks out the door into opening it up into the outside. She is outside. Latasha's standing in the doorway. If this was a cool, calm, reflective judgment, why would
She had to wait for that bourbon to kick in. She had to wait for that liquid courage.
she wait until that point in time? If this was the plan, why would she have not done it inside the apartment? Does that make sense? But instead of harming anyone inside of that apartment, Latasha got up to leave. And when she got up to leave, Tabitha went first and came out the door, and then Latasha was standing in the doorway, and Brodes was slightly behind her. Tabitha made it all the way down to the stairwell before she realized that Latasha and Brodes were not behind her. When she turned around, she saw Latasha pull out a gun and shoot Brodes. That happened. What she didn't see and what she didn't hear was the conversation that Latasha and Brodes were having at that door, where she said, "Walk me to my car. Be a gentleman. It's nighttime. Just walk me to my car." And Brodes just said, "Tabitha will do it." That emotional whiplash of being on the verge of killing herself to finding this hope that she can have the life that she has been trying to have with this man, to the disappointment of being dismissed by him, to this moment of just indifference, shattered her. Absolutely shattered her. And when she reached into her pocket to find her keys, she found her gun. And when she pulled her gun, that was not a calm and cool and reflective action. That was a heat of passion. She was so emotional in those moments. She did that act, but that was not a cool and calm act. That was a result of passion. As she's firing shots, she's yelling, "He broke my heart. He broke my heart." And when Tabitha starts trying to get close, Latasha tells her to stay back. And Tabitha, who is very confused in this situation at this point, dives in front of her husband and tries to shield his body with her body. And during that process, had a bullet hit her in the shoulder. When she said, "Latasha, you shot me," Latasha said, "I didn't mean to shoot you." And Tabitha even told the police that she believed that Latasha was not trying to shoot her. Tabitha felt like all of this emotion was directed at Brodes, because it was. But it was a lot of emotion. Officers arrive on the scene at 22:36, military time, 10:36.
So what was the moment? She snapped because he didn't walk her to the car? She was like, "Can you walk?" Oh, she was probably about to shoot him outside, huh? "Walk me to my car." Pow, pow, pow.
Non-military.
Oh, you ain't gonna come? All right, I'm gonna shoot you anyway. Then she still didn't go and kill herself.
When the police arrive, Latasha still has the gun in her hand. Tabitha had told her, "Go, just go. They're coming. I can hear the sirens. Just go." And Latasha couldn't move. She couldn't move. And when the police were yelling at her, telling her to put down the gun, what they saw and what they described was her staring blankly and talking softly to herself and repeatedly putting the gun up to her head. or up to her mouth, or up to her chest, and eventually crouching down on the ground. And Officer Dunlap testified that he would have noticed if that slide was back and that chamber was empty. He didn't see that. The circumstances when the police got there, they're trained to assess. And they have this thing called the use of force continuum that officers kind of make a judgment on. Do I need to put my hands on this person, soft hands? Or do I need to pull my sidearm and kill this person? And there are things in between. Do you believe that if the police thought that she was about to shoot the officers or Tabitha or Brodes in that moment, do you have any doubt that they would have shot the guns that they had trained on her? They opted for a non-lethal force because at that point in time, they deemed her a danger to herself. There is no part of what those officers saw that was cool and calm and reflective in Latoshia Daniels. They saw a woman in an emotional crisis. While the police were there,
Ain't it supposed to be cool, calm, and collective? Let's just say cool, calm, and reflective.
after Latosha was taken into custody, they called the EMTs who came and rendered aid to both Tabitha and Brodes. They were then taken to the hospital where they both underwent surgery. Tabitha, thankfully, was okay. Brodes was not. He did die as a result of these gunshot wounds. That has never been in dispute. There are several things that are not in dispute. It's just a difference of whether you look at it from far away or come in close to actually analyze it, to see the details that make it up. Tabitha came in to testify, and she talked to you about what she saw on April the 4th and what she experienced. And she was utterly confused by all of this because she had no idea what was going on. She had no idea why Latosha would be there because Brodes hadn't told her that he saw her earlier in the night. She had no idea that Brodes and Latosha had had a 2-year-long relationship. That this woman was desperately in love with her husband. She had no idea. And that wasn't fair to her. That absolutely was not fair to her. But even Tabitha came forward to say that she didn't think that Latosha meant to shoot her. She also told y'all that she watched the clips that we watched before. She never said any of those things. She never had those conversations. She never had those conversations with Latosha. She didn't alley-oop him any woman. The hard nose for her was anyone.
What's the judge doing with that big ass Rolodex back there?
But he lied to his wife about that.
They ain't got no computers?
And he lied to Latosha. Lied to his was she didn't ever had those conversations. She never had those conversations with Latosha. She didn't alley-oop him any woman. The hard nose for her was anyone. But he lied to his wife about that. And he lied to Latosha about that. He lied to Chriselle and Danielle about that. The police department then started their investigation. They took Tabitha's statement. Chriselle actually reached out to the police department to provide them these videos because she believed that Tabitha knew all of this, that this would be so helpful to them because obviously Tabitha knew everything and he was being so honest and transparent that they needed to have this information. Instead, they handed over evidence that showed that Brodes was manipulating all of these women. They collected the receipt. They collected the video surveillance from the gun store. They did a faraway view of what this was. And they looked at it and said, well, she bought a gun, she drove to Memphis, she went to Collierville, and she shot them. None of those facts are in dispute. Not a single one of them. But there's a lot more to it. There's a lot more to it. When she made that drive, she didn't go straight to Collierville. When she made that drive, she went downtown. Dr. Erica Curry came in and testified, talked about the gunshot wounds, trajectories, things like that. The fact that Brodes was shot multiple times is not in dispute. The fact that Latosha is the one who shot him is not in dispute. She is not coming here to tell you, I didn't do this. She's coming here to tell you that when I did this, I was so overcome by my emotions that I behaved in a way that I would not normally behave. I would note, with the autopsy, it does show no stippling, no muzzle imprint. What that means is that the barrel of the gun was 3 feet or more away. When Latosha was describing where everyone was sitting, and I believe Tabitha did too, Brodes was sitting directly next to Latosha. He was in the blue chair. She was on the end of the couch. She was within arm's reach of him. And nothing happened. The other doctor that testified was Dr. Bidding. She is both a clinical and a forensic psychologist. The difference in those two things are one can kind of look at your whole picture and gather information for a legal process, and the other one can gather your whole picture and look at it for a diagnosis process. She does both of those things. And she has a very impressive CV to go along with it. And when she met with Latosha, she did find a significant trauma history. She did not find malingering, which means no evidence of the fact, no evidence that Latosha was not being honest in her answers on these psychological tests. She actually found that she tended to underreport her symptoms, which was consistent with her history of always having to put on a good face. Dr. Bidding does not just blindly rely on what someone tells her. She listens to what someone tells her and then compares it to outside sources, especially for that legal process. And she did that here. And she found evidence to corroborate what Latosha was telling her. She read the police reports, including narratives about Latosha's appearance on the scene. She read Tabitha Perry's statement describing what had happened. She watched the video of Brodes Perry talking to Chriselle and Danielle about seeing Latosha at the cigar bar that night before going home to Carterville. He read Latosha's journals. She read Latosha's journals. And all of those corroborated what Latosha was telling her. She had a history of depression, and she would not, the state was right, she would not offer an opinion on her state of mind at the moment of the offense. And that's what matters legally, is at the moment. However, she did have a position about her mental state around the time of the offense. The reason that she could not speak to at the moment of the offense was because Latosha has trouble remembering those moments, just like Tabitha did, because trauma can do that to your memory. Around the time of the offense, again, corroborating by all of those items of information, she believed that Latosha was exhibiting depressive symptoms and emotional dysregulation. She was in turmoil. She told you sometimes people who truly want to die are hoping that someone will give them a reason to live. And that's what Latosha was doing here. When she parked her car in downtown Memphis, she truly wanted to die. But she was hoping with every part of herself that Brodes would give her a reason to live. Latoshia talked to you, and she told you her story. From a young age, all the way up to reaching out to Brodes for counseling, through their relationship, about his rules, about her love, about the fact that he had told her that Tabitha was on board with this. He just hadn't told her yet about Latoshia. She told you about that emotional whiplash that she suffered for that last month leading up to April 4th. She was getting pulled by her heart in so many different directions. And she talked to you about the fact that the moment that her hand went into her pocket was a moment when she was shattering. That was the word that she used. In that moment, she shattered. The timeline in the case supports what Latoshia told you happened. At 3:14, we have a suicide note written, which is before going to buy a gun. She then takes a quick trip home and then leaves for the park. Driving down 440, where there's a split for Memphis. She proceeds towards Memphis and arrives downtown, speaks with Brodes for a long time. Latoshia then drives to Collierville, sits in the parking lot, calls Brodes, starts to have some second thoughts, and Brodes says, no, go on in. Go on in. Latoshia goes to the apartment. Tabitha lets her in. They talk for 10 to 20 minutes. Brodes arrives back home. They talk for 10 to 20 minutes, and then Latoshia says, I'm going to leave now. Police respond at 22:36, again, 10:36 Central Time. And by 10:36, Latoshia is still standing there with the weapon in her hand. If she left Arkansas at 5 o'clock, and it only takes 3 hours to get to Collierville, why was it 10:36 when police arrived? Unless there was something that happened in between. And we know that there was something that happened in between because Brodes made a video saying, guess who I just saw as I'm walking out of the cigar lounge? All of that corroborates what Ms. Daniels came here to tell you. And I can tell you, sitting on that stand is not easy, especially talking about the things that she had to sit up there and talk about. She is not proud of what she did. She is extremely remorseful for what happened that day. When the prosecutor during cross-examination said, you went there to shoot him, didn't you? She said, no, ma'am, I loved him. I would never hurt him. No, that was not my intention, because she didn't come to Memphis to hurt him. She was planning on hurting herself. And she walked into that apartment happy to be there in the hopes that she would get some semblance of that love back. Very briefly, I'm going to talk to you all about the law. You have your jury instructions, and there are some that I would like for you to cue in on because they're very important. If you remember during jury selection, voir dire, we talked about criminal offenses and what's required. And what's required is an act and an intent. You have to have both. When you look at what are called lesser included offenses, the act never changes. The intent is what changes. On count 1, the lesser included offenses are all of the offenses: first-degree murder, second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide. As I told you, Latoshia Daniels pleads not guilty to first-degree murder. I submit that the appropriate charge in this case, as it pertains to Brodes Perry, is voluntary manslaughter. Voluntary manslaughter is an intentional and knowing killing that occurs during a heat of passion. That is exactly what the facts before us in this trial have laid out. Premeditation requires the exercise of reflection and judgment, careful consideration, sufficient freedom from excitement and passion so as to be capable of premeditation. When you are in that emotional state of passion, you can't reason properly. That's why premeditation requires the absence of all of those emotions to truly and thoughtfully judge and reflect on your actions before you take them. The emotions cloud that ability and impair that ability. A heat of passion means any of the human emotions known as anger, rage, sudden resentment, terror, or similar emotions which render the mind incapable of cold reflection. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that that is exactly what we have here. This was a voluntary manslaughter. This was not a first-degree murder. And I told you from day one that Ms. Daniels was not coming here to tell you I didn't do anything wrong. She knows what she did was wrong. She feels that every day. But that doesn't mean that that was a cool premeditated act. Count 2, the account pertaining to Tabitha Perry, Archie. Criminal attempt first degree, criminal attempt second degree, criminal attempt voluntary manslaughter, and reckless endangerment. Those are the lesser included offenses as they pertain to her. I submit to you that the actions that led to Ms. Perry's injury was reckless endangerment. The process that involved Ms. Perry getting shot, she actually put herself into that line of fire, and Ms. Daniels did not even mean to shoot her. Ms. Perry even believes that Latosha was not trying to shoot her. Tabitha told the police that. Tabitha told you all that. The police told you that. She tried to shield Brodes, and in the process she got hurt. And that was an unacceptable risk that Latosha took when she fired those shots. And she should have known that firing those shots in that apartment could have ended up hurting Tabitha. And that's exactly what happened.
If she was going to kill herself, and she did stop by to see him first, why she bring the gun out the car? Why she didn't leave the gun in the car so she could go kill herself after?
The definition of recklessly in your jury instructions is found on page 9. And that is where, when you look at reckless endangerment, it will refer you back to the other definitions. That's where you find recklessly. A person acts recklessly when they are aware of but consciously disregard a risk that is substantial and unjustifiable that the alleged victim will be killed. Because it's under the reckless homicide, they refer to actual killing. It's applicable also to the reckless endangerment without a killing. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under the circumstances as viewed from an acute person's standpoint. She had absolutely no intention to hurt Tabitha, but firing those shots was a risk that she would. And she did hurt Tabitha. I submit to you that the appropriate charge on count 2 is reckless endangerment. All of these must be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. And we talked for a long time in voir dire about beyond a reasonable doubt. Oh. The prosecution must present evidence that is so convincing that it leaves no other logical explanation for the facts except that the accused is guilty of the charged offense to a moral certainty. One of the elements that must be proven is the intent, is Latoshia Daniels' intent. So if you come down and you have one version of this event where this is a cool, calm, premeditated murder, and you have another version of events where this is a woman who was in an emotional distress
and both of those are reasonable based on the evidence, then the state has not carried their burden as to first-degree murder. The appropriate charge would be voluntary manslaughter. And that burden is very, very high. You can see both of those things if you step back
Your arrest record.
and look at it.
What the hell?
Yo, the sign is real simple, B. It says wrap it up. Wrap that shit up, B.
And understand that while you may see two faces, you may see an apple core. And it's reasonable to see both of those things. No matter which one you looked up and immediately saw, or which one you prefer, both are reasonable as an explanation of what you see in that picture. This is the state's case from far, far away, looking at these facts. Facts that are not in dispute, but they are missing the actual picture and showing you something that isn't really what this was. I'm asking you to look at all of the evidence that has been presented to you over the course of this week and to see the details of what that picture actually is.
All right, Trakisha, appreciate you, family. We'll be live tomorrow around 10:30 a.m. Appreciate you tapping in.
Thank you.
Any jurisdiction break? State.
You've heard all the evidence and most of the arguments.
It's
On the
not the
assumption-
evidence.
You've heard all the evidence and most of the arguments. On the assumption at this point, based on our history, is I'm not going to be up here for an hour and a half, right? And I thought about that yesterday and more today, and I hope you appreciate that. But I don't want you to take that to mean that I don't have anything to say about this case, or that I don't want you to understand how significant that the proof is on this case, because it's significant. And it's almost so clear that it just doesn't take a whole lot of time to explain it to you or to prove it to you. So if I can just take a few minutes to go back through there just to remind you of what we're looking at. The proof is clear even by her admission that she got a text that morning that said this relationship is over. I don't want to be in it anymore. And that shouldn't have been, and probably wasn't, a huge surprise to her. Because for the past months, weeks, she was even going to break up with him at one point. You know, really since he had moved from Little Rock, the relationship hadn't been the same. So what did she do in response to that? And she can tell you, this is what I plan to do, but the proof is she immediately went to buy a gun and immediately drove to Memphis to find him. 3 hours. And that's not disputed. She says, I was going to kill myself. But she wound up in Memphis with him. And she wound up at his house. She was still there when the police arrived. She shot him multiple times and shot Tabitha Perry Archie in the process. I mean, that's overwhelming proof of intentional premeditated murder, and she agrees all that happened.
Shout out the flesh of the gods. Tell everybody. Well, I still fight through the devils, man. Like they be trying their best to hold me back, but y'all got to give the people what they want, bro. You know what I mean? The people want some real, man. It's time for the real people who ain't pretending to be in position.
You remember there was a discussion, I believe it was in jury selection, about we do things different here than we do in the real world. I mean, I don't really know what that means. Because what we know is that in the real world, Brodes Perry is not here to tell this story. That he was shot and killed in his own home in front of his wife. And we know that Tabitha was shot while kneeling next to her husband, trying to protect him and help him and begging her to stop. You know, there's a lot of talk about reflection and judgment, cool, calm, and collected. Well, she was cool, calm, and collected enough to say, according to her, Tabitha, get out of the way. She doesn't remember anything, but she knows she didn't mean to shoot Tabitha. I mean, that's in the real world. And this is hard, I know. Talking about Tabitha, it's a good time just to point out, I mean, there is transferred intent. And so we don't have to prove she was trying to kill Tabitha. Just that she was trying to kill somebody, and she was trying to kill somebody. She did kill somebody. And in that process, she shot and caused serious bodily injury to Miss Archie.
All right, for always, much love. Appreciate you stopping by.
So when you have a case like that, with those facts that line up perfect, I get the text, I go buy the gun, I drive to Memphis, I show up at his house, and I shoot and kill him. You got to come up with something as a defense, right? So the defense is, I'm the victim. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit in a minute, but I want to talk to y'all a little bit about who she is, who is claiming that she's the victim in this case. It's an almost 40-year-old grown woman who has a doctorate degree, who has been twice married and twice divorced, who runs her own business, and who voluntarily entered into and started this affair with Brodes Perry. She admitted that. I liked the way he made me feel. I was wanting that kind of relationship at that time. She knew he was married. She had dinner with, she played tennis with his wife. She knew that Tabitha wasn't aware of this affair. You know, that there's rules. Brodes had rules. Well, I mean, one of the rules was we've got to talk to each other on this app that's not easily traceable. Is that a rule? Or is that what you would expect? Two people who were married because they were both married when it started, that they might come together and say, you know, we probably don't need to text each other and email each other on our phones and on our computers, because we gotta hide this. Is that a rule? Is that manipulative? Can't go out in public with just the two of us because we don't want to be seen as a couple. Is that a rule? Or is that what you expect? When two people who are married decide they're going to have a sexual relationship and hide it from their spouse. Is that manipulative? Did she ever say anything about he forced me to be in this relationship? Did I miss something with that? Or did she say she liked it? She wanted it to be in that relationship. I can't put your plane tickets on my card. Is that a rule? Is that what you call that? You know, she couldn't make one trip, so she said, so I decided to go on the Jerusalem trip because I couldn't make it on wherever the other trip was, Cuba or something. So hey, I want to go on this other one because I didn't get to make that one. Is that, you're expected to go? Or you want to go hang out with the married guy of my friend at a hotel room in Israel? Which is it? I don't want you to call 911 if there's like some kind of medical emergency. If you were staying in a hotel room with the person you're having an affair with, do you want her calling 911? How does that make Brodes Perry manipulative? She drank bourbon with him, she smoked cigars with him. She knew about his interest in this book. She read the book. She understood that he was interested in this non-monogamy lifestyle. She even tried to recruit one of her friends to help him out with that. A 38-year-old grown woman with a doctorate degree who run a business and has been twice married and twice divorced. You know, one of the things that happens when you kill somebody is there's only one side of the story that gets to be told, because there's only one person that's left alive. And so we spent a lot of time talking about how bad Brodes Perry was. We played videos for his widow and made her sit there and say, no, I didn't know that. He was lying to me. You know, it seems illogical, but it's sometimes easier to feel sympathy toward the person who's still alive than it is the person who died, because that's the only story you get. And she made terrible decisions. And you feel bad for her because she made those decisions. But they were her decisions. If Brodes was here, would he say, I'm sorry, I wish I hadn't done it that way? We'll never know, will we? Did he make mistakes? You know, I want to quote to you from the jury instructions because I think it's important, because you can't look at her and say, I feel sorry for her because she made that decision. This is a quote. You can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdict. So feel sympathy toward her, but don't let that affect your verdict. You would be inhuman not to feel sympathy toward her. But we talked about earlier, during jury selection, how sympathy and prejudice are not appropriate, and how you look at the facts, and if you determine that she intentionally, unlawfully, and premeditatedly killed him, it doesn't matter how sorry you feel for her. Because you're not supposed to use sympathy. Was Brodes honest? He lied to his wife. He lied to his church. He lied to two people in a book club on an app where they sent videos back and forth to each other who he had never met. You want to be married to Brodes? Maybe not. Did he lie to the defendant? I don't know if we know that. I mean, she knew he was married. She knew they were hiding the affair. She knew Tabitha didn't know. She knew about the book. She knew he wanted a non-monogamous lifestyle. She knew that early in the relationship. She read the book. What did he lie to her about? Probably more honest with her than he was with anybody else. He may have lied to her. Lying and being immoral is not a capital offense.
The truth is that you are a liar.
Latoshia Daniels also made a lot of choices. She got to tell you she's not proud of them, Brodes didn't. She made a choice to start the affair. She made a choice to continue the affair. She even made that choice after she claims that he made her feel bad in the hotel room to continue that affair. She made the choice to hide the affair. She chose to go purchase a gun after she got that text. She chose to drive from Little Rock to Memphis. She chose to go to the Perry's house. She chose to take her gun into their home. And you'll note that premeditation, if done prior to the act, like, so you can premeditate a murder, and then you can go to do that murder, and you can be overcome by adrenaline, excitement, any other emotion you can think of. But if you premeditated it before you do that, and then you follow through with the murder, that don't negate the planning that you did beforehand. Why didn't she shoot him when the door was closed? Think about it all you want to. It's probably hard to pull out a gun and shoot somebody, even if you plan to. You can plan that all the way from Little Rock to Memphis, and it still may be hard to pull the trigger. She made a decision to shoot and kill Brodes Perry, and she made a decision to shoot Tabitha. One of the defense witnesses was Dr. Bidding. What do we glean from her? That's helpful. Because I don't doubt she was depressed, and that's what Dr. Bidding said, she was depressed. And I'm not taking that lightly. Depression is an awful disease that affects millions of people. But Dr. Bidding said it doesn't mean that you can't, Dr. Bidding said it doesn't mean that they commit violent acts because they're suffering from depression. Depression doesn't cause that, and depression doesn't cause you to lose your ability to plan, use judgment, and she specifically said that that depression is not a cause of impulsivity. So if depression doesn't negate intent and premeditation, it doesn't keep her from being cool, calm, collected, it doesn't keep her from using reflection and judgment, is that helpful to us? You also heard from Dr. Bidding about this defense under Tennessee law called insanity. And what she said was, there's a defense in Tennessee. And if a person is of this mental state where you can't appreciate the wrongfulness of your actions, then they can be found not guilty of the crime, because there are two things, the act and the intent. And she said, this insanity applies when someone is not able to appreciate the wrongfulness of their actions because of their mental state. And I said, well, did you evaluate the defendant for the criteria for insanity? Yes, it was not there. Insanity would not, the criteria were not met when I evaluated the defendant for that. You also heard Dr. Bidding talk about what she called diminished capacity, which in Tennessee is this, you might still be guilty of something, but you're not guilty of the more serious offense because your capacity is diminished because of your mental state. And again, I asked Dr. Bidding, a defense expert, a witness called by the defense. What about when you evaluated Latoshia Daniels for this diminished capacity? Didn't meet the criteria for that. Well, Dr. Bidding, the defense expert, what about post-traumatic stress disorder? Did she meet the criteria for that? No. No, she didn't meet the criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder. Dr. Bidding, the defense expert, does potentially wanting to harm herself, does that negate intention and premeditation? Can't say that it does negate intention and premeditation. Well, tell us, Dr. Bidding, about her mental state at the time she committed this offense. I'm unable to provide an opinion about her mental state at the time she committed this offense. What about Dr. Bidding's testimony did you find helpful? I found helpful the fact that she said she did appear to exercise judgment just prior to this homicide. And she did appear to engage in planning in the moments leading up to this homicide. So we've talked about she used judgment, had a cool, calm, and collected thought when she told Tabitha to get out of the way. I don't want to shoot you. Dr. Bidding says she has cool, calm, and collected thoughts all day, up to the moments before the homicide. Then we heard from Officer Duncan, who said he pointed, I saw her point the gun at herself. She was holding the gun. When I got to the door, I said, drop it. She pointed the gun at herself. At some point during that day, did she intend to harm herself? I don't doubt that. But I can tell you what she had at that moment. She had the judgment and reflection not to harm herself. She had the judgment and reflection not to point that weapon at the Carterville Police Department because they had a gun pointed at her. Where's the lack of judgment and reflection? Was she devastated? Was she in love? Were her feelings hurt? Had she spent 2 years in a relationship with a married man and she realized he wasn't going to leave his wife? I don't doubt that. Did she know what she was doing? Yes. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate for her. It's unfortunate for Brodes Perry's family. Unfortunate for the widow of Brodes Perry. That doesn't change what happened. Did she plan this all the way from Little Rock? And I'm going to change a little bit and talk about something different here, and I want to be very clear about what I mean when I'm doing this. I submit the proof shows that she did plan this from the time she got the text. But I want to talk about why I think that's not required. It's impossible to know what she was thinking because we can't read her mind. Was she planning to kill Brodes and herself? Maybe. That doesn't negate the fact that she killed Brodes and that she did it on purpose, intentionally, with premeditation. Did Brodes ask her to go to his house? I mean, his reaction says no. The history between the two of them says no. A hidden app. Gotta have somebody with us. We went 2 years, we hadn't told her. He didn't want Tabitha to know. So the history between them indicates no. So the evidence is contrary to her description of what happened. And again, I'm going to emphasize that because I'm going to make another argument. But I want to read. The evidence is contrary to what she describes as happening. But it really doesn't matter. She's asking you to consider voluntary manslaughter. And the kind of the difference is the killing resulted from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation from the alleged victim, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Well, there's no question she acted in an irrational manner because it's hardly ever rational to point a gun and shoot a guy 7 times who's not threatening you, doesn't have a weapon, and is not even, there's not even a chance he's harming you physically. No even history of him harming you physically. So that's never a rational act. So the second part of that is very important because it can't be adequate provocation that makes Latoshia Daniels act in an irrational manner, because she did. And all you would have to say is, yep, there was some provocation that made me act irrationally, so I'm not guilty of homicide. I'm not guilty of murder 1. It says sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Did what happened to her, is that enough to make a reasonable person act that way? To point a loaded gun at an individual who's unarmed and not threatening you and pull the trigger not once, not twice, Not 3 times. Not 4 times. Not 5 times. Not 6 times. But 7 times. Somebody talked to you about the classic law school example of voluntary manslaughter, where someone comes home and they find their spouse in bed with somebody else having an affair. And before they have time to reflect on that or cool down, they kill either their spouse or the person they're having the affair with. And that is the classic law school example. Latoshia Daniels doesn't fit the classic law school example. Her spouse was not having an affair. She didn't react immediately to some huge thing like that. Somebody hit my child or whatever. She knew this relationship was coming to an end. And she knew about this affair for 2 years. And she knew Tabitha didn't know about it. So again, it's not voluntary manslaughter. So I want to look at her story
2 years
and set aside all the other evidence for just a moment. Not conceding there's not all the other evidence, but I want to just set it aside for a minute. What was the adequate provocation? He wouldn't walk me to the door? To my car? It's the only provocation I heard. Because right before that, she was talking, and she even made a decision. I feel like I'm being played, was what her testimony was. I'm embarrassed. I want to leave. Is that a person overcome but doesn't know what they're doing? And she had known since that morning he was ready for this relationship to end. And she had known for months that the relationship was not what it had been. That's not provocation that would lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. It may be provocation that would break your heart, that would hurt your feelings, that would cause you to be really upset and really mad and really regretful, maybe ashamed, maybe embarrassed. She told you why she did this. And to convict, all you got to do is listen to her. She told Brodes. I don't know if he heard her because he had a bullet in his head. You broke my heart. That's why she did it. The evidence suggests that she made the decision to kill him. Maybe herself that morning. But even if she made it when he declined to walk her to the car, it's first-degree murder. There's no time period required for premeditation. Some of the things you can look at, she shot an unarmed, unthreatening person. She was making decisions that she felt like she was being played, that she was embarrassed. She was walking to the door. She reached in her pocket and pulled out the gun that she had brought into their home. She didn't go back out to her car to get the gun. Was it for protection from her car to the door, or did she forget it was there? We heard both sides of that story. And she shot him 7 times. And killed him. How can that not be intentional and premeditated? Even disregarding all the evidence except what she tells you. How can that not be intentional and premeditated? especially considering Dr. Biting's testimony. And all the things she did. Tabitha, get out of the way. Not pointing the gun at the police. Not harming herself. Where was this total loss of judgment? She was hurt, she was mad, she was embarrassed. She didn't like what Brodes had done to her, what Brodes had done to her. I ask you to follow the law, follow the evidence to it. And if you do that, I submit you'll find that she's guilty as charged on all 3 counts of the indictment. Thank you.
Okay. All right, now it's time to select our alternates.
Oh, that's what that's for. I was wondering what they was doing with the damn Rolodex. That's what they mix up and pick out the random jurors.
All right, Mr. Moore.
You are eliminated. Mr. Moore.
People will be our jury. I'm going to send you back with the instructions, the indictment, and the exhibits, except the firearm. The first thing you will need to do is select a 4-person, and when you have a verdict, you will write your verdict on the verdict form. I will review the form to make sure that it's in proper form, and then I will have the jury foreman read the verdict. So I'm going to show the people who are on the jury, excuse the alternates. If you could remain, you can finally discuss the case. So I'm going to show you excuse at this time.
Folks, are having you bring your paperwork with you?
Or Mr. Little.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
I believe the deliberation took like what, about an hour or 2? Something like that. And for those who haven't seen that, we got that right here. Appreciate y'all being here. Don't forget to hit that like, hit that subscribe, tap in, share with a friend. Let's keep it rolling.
Risings. Hey yo, peace family, grand risings, good afternoon, great evening, gracious nights. Welcome back to FOTG, the source.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
The judge is seated, the jury is in. The system is about to deliver its final devastating word in the Latoshia, Pastor Killer, You Broke My Heart, Daniels murder trial. Pay attention to the details of the verdict. The jury found Latoshia Daniels guilty of second-degree murder on count 1. This means they rejected premeditation, but affirmed the malice and lethal intent.
You may be seated. I understand the jury has reached a verdict.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Harvey, you will be. If you could stand and read the verdict. Each of the verdict forms.
Do I need to start from State of Tennessee versus State of Tennessee versus Latoshia Daniels, indictment number 25-01253. Verdict form count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder as included in count 1 of indictment number 25-01253.
01253.
And they found her guilty of reckless endangerment on count 2. But look closely, she was found not guilty on count 3, which ultimately won't help her, but counts as a point for the defense, proving the jury was selective in its judgment.
Verdict form count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of reckless endangerment as included in count 2 of indictment number 25-01253. Verdict form count 3. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty in count 3 of indictment number 25-01253.
And of course, the judge has to poll the jury to confirm every single verdict. And there's no mercy in the courtroom, so the system will make sure this is final.
Would you like the jury poll?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'll start on this end. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
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 Is that your verdict? Is that your verdict?
Yes.
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 Now that you have concluded your service on this case, I thank you for your patience and conscientious attention to your duty as jurors. You have not only fulfilled your civic duty, but you have also made a personal contribution to the ideal of equal justice for all people.
The bond is immediately revoked, and the consequence is absolute. The court sets the sentencing for December 17th. The heartbreak ain't over, but the hard time begins now.
Ms. Daniels, if you would please stand. A jury of your peers has found you guilty of second-degree murder in count 1. The jury has found you guilty in count 2 of reckless endangerment, and the jury has found you not guilty in count 3. As a 13th juror, I approve that verdict. We'll show your bond revoked, and we'll show this man.
As a 13th juror, I thought that was a bad thing, wasn't it? Ain't she not supposed to be a 13th juror? Like, why is she repping that? I don't know. I guess it's different in different places.
Set for sentencing, and you're not guilty in count 3. As a 13th juror, I approve that verdict. We'll show your bond revoked, and we'll show this matter set for sentencing.
Thank you.
January the 12th. Is that a good one?
We'll need to do a pre-sentence report. If we could get a shorter date to get the pre-sentence report back.
Okay.
That way we don't have to reset it once we get it.
Okay.
We can reserve January the 12th and then get a sooner date for the report.
Actually hoping to be in Cabo that week.
On January 12th?
I'm hoping.
Okay. We'll get
December.
We can get a December date and then pick a date that's to get the report.
December 17th?
December the 17th, a good day. All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll show this matter set for sentencing on December the 17th.
But the full story of how the jury reached this decision is coming this weekend. This Saturday, November 8th, we dropped a massive breakdown from the opening statements, the emotional testimony of Latoshia Daniels herself, and the shocking testimony of the pastor's wife, who was also shot in the incident. And you won't believe what the pastor had to say himself. Then on Sunday at 4:30 p.m., we dropped the closing arguments. You need to see the evidence, family. This is gonna be a wild one, but we here to watch it. So hit that subscribe, stay locked in, tap in, share with a friend. Let's get it, family. And don't forget to hit that like button too. Let's get it!
I have been depressed for a long time. I did well with coping until the past 2 years. My world changed February 24th, 2017. And the shit just keeps getting worse. I know what I have been through may be nothing to some. And you don't understand why I couldn't bounce back. I have fought hard for so long to keep things together. I didn't trust anyone to know deep down how bad I was struggling. Only a handful of people knew. but they couldn't help me. To my fellas, I'm so sorry that I have let you down. I have fought hard to be the best mother I could be to each of you. I pray that what I have taught you will stick with you forever. Please don't be ashamed of me. Mother, thank you for being my mother. Please know that although you didn't think I loved you, I really did. I wanted so badly for us to be close. There was many times I just wanted to crawl into your arms and have you hold me. I'm sorry for being a failure. I tried to make you proud of me. Words can't explain or express the pain I feel at this moment. I have pretended for so long to be happy. I have tried to work through the pain and begin to heal, but just as my life would have it, yet another loss appears to remind me just how much of a failure I am. I don't have any insurance and I don't have any money, so please just have me cremated and don't worry about a service. I don't want to be a burden. I'm sorry for letting all you down. I love you all so much, and I wish I could live myself as much as I wish I could love myself as much as I love you all. I just don't know how.
Switch.
Okay. I don't know. This got out of hand, but it says, I'm sorry for letting all of you down, and I love you all so much. I wish I could love myself as much as I love you all.
You can raise your right hand. You swear affirm to tell the whole truth? Yes, ma'am. All right, you may have a seat.
Can you please state and spell your name?
Latoshia, Latoshia, Daniels, Daniels.
Before we get into all of the allegations here, have you ever testified in a situation like this before?
No,
Is this a comfortable situation?
not at all. But even though we didn't argue, we grew distant. And I never understood why until I found out that he was having an affair.
Did you actually catch him in the act?
Not in the beginning, but during, he decided that we was going to separate. And one day while I was at school, he had packed up all my stuff, put it in a U-Haul, and drove it to my mom's house.
How long were you married to Rodney?
For 4 years.
Did you eventually get divorced?
We did.
Now, after that divorce, did you attempt suicide?
I actually did it right before we actually finalized the divorce.
Did you commit suicide because of the divorce? I'm sorry, attempt to commit suicide because of the divorce.
Yes, I just didn't feel like I felt like a failure. That was the one thing I felt like a failure. I didn't think that I was enough. And so I didn't feel I had anything to offer.
But you did go on to get an education, right?
I did.
And you didn't let your divorce or your teen pregnancy, you didn't let those things stop you from trying to get better in your life, right?
Right. I wanted to push forward. I wanted to be successful. And I mean, I had to be. So I kept going.
And you eventually became a licensed clinical social worker.
I did.
Now, I want to talk to you about your second marriage, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That was to Brian.
Yes.
Now, how long were you married to Brian?
I was married to Brian for 8 years.
Was that relationship positive?
No.
Did you feel loved in that relationship?
No.
Did you feel wanted in that relationship?
Not at all.
Would you describe Brian as being emotionally distant?
He very much was so.
Emotionally neglectful?
Yes.
Did you try to get Brian to go into marriage counseling?
Yes, we had the discussion and he didn't want to do it.
Did you determine that you would go get your own counseling?
Yes.
Did you go see a psychologist?
I did not.
Why?
Because of the field that I was in, I just wanted, I wanted spiritual guidance, but also because of me being in private practice, I was afraid of being that individual that was getting the water cooler talk per se. Just in my field, I didn't have anyone that I felt like I could really go to and trust because I was very closed off. I didn't share my business with anybody. And so going through that and being in private practice, I didn't want to take what was my income because I needed to be able to take care of the things in my life. So I did not, but I did know that spiritually I wanted some direction.
Why did you feel like you needed spiritual direction?
Just from my first marriage, when I went to my dad and told him that I was getting a divorce, the one thing he said to me that just resonated with me was that he said he would have gotten an attorney. I'm taking away my...
She got that off and on switch. She got it on lock, don't she? She could just cut it off and cut it on cue.
Children, but it was all just like, I just felt like it was kind of like a punishment from God. And so I just didn't want to be in another failed marriage. I just didn't.
Did your dad consider it your failure that you got divorced?
Yes.
Did you seek out spiritual counseling?
I did.
Now I want to talk to you about St. Mark's, okay?
Okay.
Do you need some water?
Yes.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Thank you.
It went from cigars to bourbon, and he had to have the best of the bourbons.
Did you buy him the best of the bourbons?
Yes, I did.
Did you buy him the best of cigars?
I did.
Did you?
Until after I got undressed, but even then, it was then like a punishment for
I want to talk to you about the hotel room rule, okay? What would happen when Brodes would walk in and you were wearing clothing in a hotel room?
Once I did it and just, I don't know if I was cold or what, but when he was like, why do you still have on clothes? And when that happened, he withdrew affection from me. Like he was very cold, didn't want to be intimate until after I got undressed. But even then, it was then like a punishment I had to wait for him to decide that he was going to then give affection.
Now I want to talk to you about Pastor Pointer, okay?
Okay.
You called him the professor?
Yes.
What was his position within St. Mark's?
He was the lead pastor of St. Mark.
Did he know about your relationship with Brodes?
Yes, we hung out together a lot.
And do you know, is that why Pastor Pointer was supposed to be his medical emergency contact?
Correct.
Now I want to talk to you about the beginning of your relationship with Brodes, okay?
Mm-hmm.
How would you describe y'all's relationship at the beginning?
At the beginning, it was, I'm gonna have to say, amazing. I felt beautiful. He showed me so much attention. We did all kind of things together. It was, even we gelled intellectually. It was a great relationship.
Everything that you didn't have before?
Everything I didn't have before. Even to the fact I show up in my office and he had me a dozen of roses sent to me. It was just like everything that I wanted, everything that I even shared with him that I didn't have, he was giving it to me.
Did you also give him things?
I did.
What kind of things did Brodes like?
As the relationship progressed, he got into cigars, and that was a big thing for him, to the point to where he had someone to draw him up a logo, and then I selected the name, so he became the smoking savant. And so
the more expensive the cigar, the better for him. Then it went from cigars to bourbon, and he had to have the best of the bourbons.
Did you buy him the best of the bourbons?
Yes, I did.
Did you buy him the best of the best of cigars?
I did.
Did you buy him other things?
He wanted this Toomey briefcase for work. I think it was like $400. I got him that. He was working out, and so he needed more workout clothes, and so I purchased him like $400 worth of gear in Nike gear. There was a time when he wanted to redo his closet and get some things organized, and I bought all the organization things to make sure that whatever he needed, I did it so that he could be good.
Did he also expect you to do that?
It got to a point to where it did become an expectation.
At the beginning of your relationship, at some point, did Tabitha go to Florida?
Yes, in 2017, it was around, I think, October. Brody said that he had sent Tabitha back to Florida and that they were separated. He said that he just needed, he was feeling this urge of, he had this thing of saying that he was always wanting to be single. He never knew what it meant to be a single man. And so in that instance, he was sending her back so he could explore that to some degree.
Did he indicate to you that they were separated?
Yes.
How long was she in Florida?
At least to after Christmas.
So over a month?
Yes.
2 months?
Yes.
So during that period of time, were you staying with him a lot?
Yes, I stayed probably about 3 or 4 nights with him during that time. And we also went out of the country.
Now, I want to talk to you about when y'all would travel together, kind of what you would, or I'm sorry, not when you would travel together, the things that y'all would do together.
Okay.
Travel was one of them, right?
Yes.
And did you both get interested in bourbon?
I did start eventually tasting them. He would always ask me to taste and try to figure out as the notes or the different contents of them, but it wasn't something that I just enjoyed.
What about cigars?
Again, I did begin to smoke certain cigars. He picked out one that was better for me than the others that wasn't too strong.
Did you go with him to cigar lounges?
Yes. Everywhere we traveled, we would find cigar lounges.
Did you actually pay his dues to cigar clubs?
The first, I paid 2 sets of dues. The first set of dues was at Dave's and Sons, and those won that much. And then the second one was at a club called 1836.
Were those expensive?
They were $125.
A month?
Yes.
Did he ask you to pay that?
No.
You just did
I
to
did
make him
because,
happy?
yes.
Did you engage in any physical activities together?
We ran together. We eventually.
Dang, she buying this dude $100 cigars or whatever it was, and all that stuff, but she could only get out the bank $500 and leave her son $500.
We began cycling. He got upset with me because I did not purchase his bike. I was like, I can't afford your $2,500 bike and mine, and that did cause him to be upset. But he eventually got his bike and I got mine, and we began.
I guess it was like an ATM fee or something. Maybe she got it from an ATM. It was her daily limit. She didn't feel like going inside the bank.
We joined a cycling club together. We also exercised together. We would go swimming. So we did those things.
Around those kind of activities, did you have any particular rules that you had to follow?
Now, if we were at the cigar lounge and we was not hanging out with a certain group, he would have me to call a certain individual to invite her to come so that it looked like it was more of a church thing than it was just he and I hanging out. And that was just kind of the case even with the running. It was going to always be somebody from the church, even though they didn't know they were a third party. It was the way of being able for us to still be together, but it not look like it was just us together. It would always be someone from the church.
And who made that rule to have somebody else always there?
That was him.
I want to talk to you now about ethical non-monogamy, okay?
Yes.
Did Brodes talk to you about ethical non-monogamy?
Yes.
Was this a lifestyle that he was interested in?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what Brodes told you about ethical non-monogamy? What is it?
It is where individuals are able to have multiple relationships, but everyone in the relationship must consent.
Did Brodes tell you that he had talked to Tabitha about ethical non-monogamy?
He did.
Did he tell you that Tabitha had said she was comfortable with it, but he just hadn't told her about you yet?
He said that she had given him permission to be open on his side of the marriage.
So she was not allowed to be open on her side.
Correct.
But he told you that she had given him permission to go outside.
Yes.
But he had not told her about you, to your knowledge.
No, not to my knowledge.
Did Brodes ever give you a book to read?
The Ethical Slut is the book that he wanted me to read so that I. The Ethical Slut is the book that he wanted me to read so that I could have a more foundation and knowledge of this lifestyle that he was wanting to be in.
Did you read that book?
I did.
Were you interested in the lifestyle espoused by that book?
No, I was not.
How soon into the relationship did Brodes Perry start discussing this concept of ethical non-monogamy?
Actually, it started, so we were just having conversations about things in life that we wanted to do, bucket list type of things that we were curious in. And at that time, he was like, one of the things I want to do is have a threesome. And I was like, yeah, no, that's nothing I've ever thought about. But he was like, well, I've had one before, but I paid for it. And this time I want to have one where I don't have to pay for it. And so he began to speak about, the term he would use is Tabitha and I being sister wives. Didn't quite know what that meant, but as things went on, he would start to talk about me watching them have sex. And he was like, but I think she'll be on board with it, just give it time. But so this would be the dialogue. And that dialogue just continued on to where it went from watchers to now wanting to have the threesomes, and then that's when the ethical slut was introduced. And so it was just like a progression of this lifestyle that he wanted.
So kind of breaking that down, how far into the relationship did he start discuss wanting a watcher with you?
It was pretty early on. I would have to say it was before they took their trip to Cuba, which was around his birthday in May, that he began to talk. He was talking about the watcher. So that was 3 months.
Was that a different trip than the birthday trip that he took where he had the threesome?
Yes, that was a different trip.
Okay. Did the threesome birthday trip happen while y'all were together or before?
It happened while we were together.
Did you know that he was going to do that?
The threesome trip in Cuba?
No, when he went and paid for the threesome.
Oh, that was well before I knew him.
Okay. At any point, did you watch him and Tabitha have sex?
No.
Was Tabitha ever invited to watch you and Brodes have sex?
No.
Were you comfortable with the concept of a watcher?
No.
Was Brodes persistent about a watcher?
Very much so.
Explain that for me.
Everywhere we went, he would even text me and say, "Hey, you need to find us a watcher. Find us a watcher." And so I got to the point I was like, if I can find somebody, hopefully I can get him to stop. So I asked a friend of mine if she would do it for us, and she was like, if I do, we're taking it to our grave. He had her to.
Y'all saw that Asian dude singing that song?
He had me to tell her to download Confide, and we were able to dialogue three-way, and the things that he was asking her to do, she just backed out.
Did that whole thing make you very uncomfortable?
Very much so.
Why were you willing to even entertain it?
I wanted to make him happy.
So now I want to talk to you about Brodes wanting to expand the ethical non-monogamy. Well, I guess first, was he actually engaging in ethical non-monogamy?
No.
Tabitha had no idea any of this was going on, right?
No.
As far as you knew, she knew that that's what he wanted, but he hadn't told her.
As far as I knew, correct.
And you've heard differently from even that here.
Yes.
Did Brodes ask you about expanding the relationship beyond you?
He did.
When he asked you about that, how did you respond?
I told him I didn't want to.
Did he tell you, well, my wife's on board with it, so why isn't my girlfriend?
That's exactly what he said.
Did that cause problems between you and Brodes?
At first, no, but as it continued to go on, it did. Especially after he joined like this, he called it a book club, but they met on Marco Polo talking about the book, The Ethical Slut, and so the more that he engaged in that, it became to where it was because he was more like, why are you not on board with this? And I'm like, why would I be? Like, it doesn't make sense because we already have limited time together. So why would I say, yes, you can be able to be with multiple women? And so it was that part, it was hard.
Did you love Brodes Perry?
I shouldn't have, but I did.
Were you in love with Brodes Perry?
I was.
Were you wanting to build a life with Brodes Perry?
I wanted.
She said I shouldn't have, but I did. What you mean you shouldn't have? We obviously we know that. The question was, did you?
What we had at that time, yes.
And y'all saw each other frequently, right?
We saw each other just about every day. I would cook for him, and so he would come to my office to eat lunch. If he didn't come to the office, I would drop it off for him. But it got to the point to where he knew my code to my office, so he would just come in. He knew where to get his lunch, warm it up, and if I had a session, of course, he would wait out in his vehicle. But other than that, he would come in and we would sit there and have lunch every day.
How did Brodes react when you told him that you were not open to expanding to allow him to have more girlfriends? He was emotionally distant. Like, well, he would just he would tell me, well, you need to go and find someone. And I'd be like, I don't want anyone but you. And so he knew that would play on like my insecurities. So one time when he said, you need to go out and find someone, I said, well, what if I do? And he said, well, then we won't be together. So he knew that was going to get to me because I wanted to be with him. I enjoyed our time together when we did have it. And so he used the emotional part, the affection. He would give it to me, withdraw it if I wasn't really complying with what he wanted. Since all of this has happened, have you had time to really retrospectively consider your relationship with Brodes?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I want to talk to you, we'll get back to that. I want to talk to you about that Marco Polo group, okay?
Okay.
Brodes was in an ethical non-monogamy group with 2 other women, right?
Yes.
Were you a part of that group?
I was not.
Were you ever allowed to be involved with that group?
I wasn't.
But you knew about it?
Yes.
Would he have let you contribute?
That was the first time that of any activity that he done that he didn't even invite me to do.
Did he actively keep it from you?
I would say so, because with any other thing he did, even to joining like a bourbon society, like we had memberships to a lot of things together, but that was one thing that he did not invite me to.
I want to talk to you about when Brodes and Tabitha Perry moved to Memphis, okay?
Okay.
Mississippi Boulevard reached out to Brodes, right?
To my knowledge, according to him, the pastor from Mississippi Boulevard reached out to Pastor Pointer, and then Pastor Pointer shared that with Brodes.
Had Brodes, to your knowledge, had any issues at St. Mark's?
Yes, he would tell me a lot about conflict that he was having with some of his coworkers, and then there was one instance where, according to him, he had misuse of a credit card.
Your Honor, this is going to the context of their relationship, just getting background on buying things, paying for things. This is a debt that she repaid for him. That's what it's going into. Did he text you?
He did.
Did you meet him at the hotel?
I did.
Do you recall what hotel?
I think it may have been Spring Hill.
What happened after you went to the hotel?
The first time I went to the hotel, it was, just a drop off. He had asked me to bring him, to go buy him something to eat and to stop by and get him some bourbon. After I brought that to him, we made an agreement to meet up later on. I had called him and as it was getting later and say, hey, what time are we going to meet up? And he was just like, I don't know, I'll let you know. But he never called. So I was at home and I was like, I'm just gonna break up with him. Like I'm not gonna do this treatment. Like no. I went to the lounge. I still had some gifts to give him, and he was coming out, and I said, unlock your car, and I started putting the gifts in. Well, once he got closer to me, he just hugged me and gave me the key to the room and was like, go to the room. So I was like, okay, and I did.
And once he hugged you, was it all better?
It was.
Is that kind of how it went with Brodes?
Yes.
So tell me about what happened after that.
That was one of the times that I still had my clothes on. So of course, when he got in there, he's like, why you still got clothes on? And I was like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I got undressed. I did tell him, I said, I was coming to break up with you because of the way you were treating me. And he laughed it off and was like, well, why didn't you? And I was like, because you know I really do love you. He came over to the bed, started tickling me. We laughed it off. And then as we began to engage in...
Came to the bed, started tickling her. They playing tickle, tickle? Tickle, tickle?
What I thought was gonna be lovemaking was not that night.
Can you tell me what happened?
As I was performing oral sex on him, he began to thrust himself inside my mouth really hard. And I told him that was hurting. Then he grabbed my hair. I had long hair, and he wrapped my hair around his hand and he started yanking it. And when he wasn't thrusting himself in my mouth, he was pulling my hair really hard. And with his other hand, he would just hit me and hit me and hit me. And I was like, it's hurting. And he was like, you better not bite me. You better not bite me. And then after that, we had sex, and it was just rough, and it was hard, and it was just not what I was used to. And then once we finished, something he never ever does was he rolled over and just gave me the cold shoulder, and I was like, you're not gonna hold me? And he was like, no, and just went to sleep.
How did that make you feel?
I felt so used.
Did that affect you emotionally?
Yes. I was just like, what has always happened to me?
Did you decide anything when you were in that emotional state?
Well, that particular night, that morning, we stayed the night together, and that morning he got up and he left. He was getting dressed, and I was like, where are you going? Like, we always shower together. And he was like, and I was like, where are you going with still smelling like me? And he was like, none of your business. I was like, since when did you not tell me your schedule? And he left. Well, he was getting ready to leave, so I got up and I got dressed, and as I got dressed, I grabbed the key card for the room off the thing, and he laughed it off, and I left. And later on, I texted and said, hey, are we meeting up again? And he was like, I'll let you know. Of course, the day went on. I had rearranged everything, thinking that he was going to end up we would see each other earlier that day, but I didn't. And so that night, when I still didn't hear from him, I decided to head to the room. And as I was going, he was there. But in my wanting to head to the room, I had made the decision that I was going to kill myself in front of him, because I just wanted him to feel the pain that he was causing me. So when we got in the room, he was already in there by the time I parked and got in. And I pulled out my gun and I told him, you're about to feel the same pain that you've been giving me.
Did you ever threaten him?
No.
Did you threaten yourself?
I told him I was going to kill myself.
What did he do?
He began to tell me no, and he kept saying that he loved me and that we can fix it. And I was just like, no, you're treating me so bad. And he was just like, that's not, I love you, I love you. And eventually he talked me into putting the gun on the counter and coming over and sitting and talking to him.
Did that restore a reason for you to live in that moment?
It did.
Was this the first time that you had gotten to the point of hopelessness, that you felt like you needed to kill yourself?
Not in a relationship, no.
Have you struggled for a long time with depression and suicidal ideations?
Yes.
After Brodes convinced you to put down the gun, did he take the gun away from you?
No.
Did he take the gun from the counter?
It wasn't until I got ready to leave when I went back to try to get it, and then he pushed me out of the way and he got it.
He didn't want you to be able to leave with the gun?
No.
And was he worried what you would do with it?
Yes, but he made me promise to meet him the next morning at the lounge.
Do you know where he put the gun?
At that time, I did not.
But he kept it from you, right?
Yes.
And you later found out that he had placed it in a locker at the cigar lounge?
Yes.
After that happened, did you realize that you needed a little bit of time?
Yes.
What did you do?
I made a plan to go and be with my friend and to take my life.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes. I felt so used and worthless, and I just felt like trash. Like, who does that to somebody who they say that they love?
Does that make you feel?
So he had responded, and so I opened it up, and it said, "I think our time is up." So he had broke up with me via disappearing text.
How did that make you feel?
I felt so used and worthless, and I just felt like trash. Like, who does that to somebody who they say that they love?
Your Honor, may I approach? How did you react after you read that?
I wrote a letter. I wrote a suicide note to my family, because I was just like, I'm tired. I'm tired of the pain. I'm tired of it all. And I just wanted I wanted the pain to end. So I wrote a note and made a plan to take my life.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Almost up out of here, family. After she read this letter, then we roll up out. But we played it a little bit earlier, and I see some of y'all haven't seen it, so that's why I went back. I was going to end it earlier, but we go ahead and let her read her letter, and then we get up out of here. Appreciate y'all, family.
This is
Objection. We'll show. Latasha, can you tell me the date and time of that letter?
April 4, 2019 at 3:14 p.m.
Can you read that letter to the jury?
To my family, I'm sorry that I have let you down. I tried my best to be the person you all thought I was. I tried to be the person you could count on and be proud of. However, I have been depressed for a long time. I did well with coping until the past 2 years. My world changed February 24th, 2017. And the shit just keeps getting worse. I know what I have been through may be nothing to some, and you don't understand why I couldn't bounce back. I have fought hard for so long to keep things together. I didn't trust anyone to know deep down how bad I was struggling. Only a handful of people knew, but they couldn't help me. To my fellas, I'm so sorry that I have let you down. I have fought hard to be the best mother I could be to each of you. I pray that what I have taught you will stick with you forever. Please don't be ashamed of me. Mother, thank you for being my mother.
Jury will now go
Please.
off and deliberate on. Guilty! That nigga is guilty! Sir, settle down.
You have to go deliberate.
I don't need to deliberate. Hang that nigga now. I got the rope right here.
Know that although you didn't think I loved you, I really did. I wanted so badly for us to be close. There was many times I just wanted to crawl into your arms and have you hold me. I'm sorry for being a failure. I tried to make you proud of me. Words can't explain or express the pain I feel at this moment. I have pretended for so long to be happy. I have tried to work through the pain and begin to heal, but just as my life would have it, yet another loss appears to remind me just how much of a failure I am. I don't have any insurance and I don't have any money, so please just have me cremated and don't worry about a service. I don't want to be a burden. I'm sorry for letting all you down. I love you all so much, and I wish I could live myself as much as I wish I could love myself as much as I love you all. Please take care of
Daddy,
my
I like
feelings
when
and
you
always
scrambling and scraping for
of my
shit.
love for
I
you.
like that.
I'm not being selfish. I just don't know how. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. This got out of hand, but it says, "I'm sorry for letting all of you down, and I love you all so much. I wish I could love myself as much as I love you all. Please take care of my feelings and always remind them of my love for them. I'm not being selfish. I just don't know how to continue bearing the pain I have felt for over 25 years of my life. With each loss, hurt, disappointment, etc., I've experienced through the years, it only added to my current state of mind. I thought I could continue to push through and be strong, the strong Tasha everyone know, but I can't. I'm weak, and I have been for over the past year and a half. I thought I would bounce back. I prayed consistently, but I guess God no longer hears my prayers since I wasn't doing His will. I'm not perfect. I've messed up so many times in my life. The thing I wanted to be the most successful in, I messed up not once, but twice. Well, really 3 times. I will leave that for you all to find in my journal.
You read that at 3:14 p.m.?
Yes.
Where did you leave that?
I left it in my phone because I knew my little sister would find it because she helped me with my appointments. And that's the phone she used for making my appointments.
Did you leave it for her to find?
Yes.
What did you do after you wrote that note?
I drove to Sherwood to go purchase a gun.
Why did you go purchase a gun?
Because I didn't have my other one.
What was the purpose of the gun?
I wanted to end my life, and I felt like that was going to be the best way to do it.
When you went to that store, were you buying a gun to kill yourself, or were you buying a gun to kill someone else?
I was buying a gun to kill myself. I had a whole plan.
What was your plan?
I didn't want to do it at my house because my son lived with me. So I decided, as I was just thinking about all the pain, to go to this park in Jacksonville, Arkansas.
How far away from Little Rock was that park?
Jacksonville might be about a 20-minute drive from my home. And the reason why I chose that was because that's where Brodes was. He wasn't from Jacksonville, Arkansas, but the Jacksonville part of it was attached to him. And the name of the park was Johnson Park, which was attached to my second
All right, Allie. Appreciate you. We getting up out of here.
ex-husband. And then Ray Road. My daddy's middle name was Ray, so.
And stay tuned. I got the redirect coming up for the show tomorrow, so y'all can hit that like button tonight. You feel me?
I just associated with all the pain from the men in my life, and so that's where I was gonna go.
How did you go there?
I was gonna drive in my car. It's from my home, it would have been straight down 440.
Is that an interstate?
Yes.
What happened while you were driving to Johnson Park?
As I was driving, I saw the Memphis exit, and so then I was like, go talk to him, Tasha. Just go let him see you. Go see why. And that's what I did. I just drove so I can see him face to face and hope that I can get something from him besides the fact that he broke up with me with a disappearing text. And as I was driving, he did text me, and as he was telling me that he still loved me. So I was trying to just figure out what was going on.
What did you do after you saw the Memphis exit?
I took it, and I drove to Memphis.
Where did you go?
I went down to where I knew he would possibly be, which was a lounge. I guess it's in the downtown Memphis area called The Pocket. At the time, I think it was a fairly new lounge that he, when he got employment at Mississippi Boulevard, one of the members there had told him about.
Did you go to The Pocket because Brodes told you he goes to The Pocket on Thursdays?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you arrived?
I don't. I just know it was dark. And I know that I circled around for approximately 30 minutes trying to find a parking spot because I didn't know that you couldn't like park on the street. Like everything down there was paved. Yeah.
Just to back up for a second, when you went to the gun store to buy the gun to kill yourself, what did you take with you?
Just my license and my debit card.
Where was your purse?
I guess I had left it at home.
Did you bring just necessities with you to the gun store?
Yes.
And you left the gun store right after you finished purchasing the gun, right?
Yes.
How did you select the gun?
I went with what was the cheapest that was on. They have a wall that has all the guns, the names, and the prices, and I just chose the cheapest one.
How did you select ammunition?
Whatever the guy told me to get, I got it. Because I was about to walk out the store he was like, do you need ammunition? I was like, oh yeah. And so he told me whatever he recommended, I was like, yes.
And did you see on the video where he was showing you different types of ammunition?
Yes.
Is that what he was saying?
Right. And I told you couldn't hear, but I was like, I don't know. Just whatever you tell me.
When you left.
That's when she went and got the gun. And after that, she knew what she was about to do. She went and got that pistol, got that yah-yah, and wrapped it up. But that's going to be it for tonight. Appreciate y'all tapping in, family. Shout out to our stream sponsors.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Shout out to Chanwa Black is Golden, Risa, and Joni Ford. Appreciate y'all, family. Stream sponsors of the night. Y'all show them some love. Appreciate you. But I'm fucking tired, boss. I'm motherfucking tired. Appreciate all y'all. Let me see. Let me shout out y'all in the chat one time. Shout out to No One. Appreciate you being here. Shout out to Allie. Appreciate you being here, family. Shout out to Risa. I'm looking for that motherfucking tie. Here you go. Motherfucking tired. Motherfucking tired. We will be going live tomorrow morning, and I got the redirect coming up after this, so it should work this time. I set it up even before I started, so it should be good. Shout out to Joni Ford. Shout out to Risa. Appreciate you. Make sure I ain't got this thing on. I'll be accident. Okay, have to make sure the echo wasn't still on. Alright, yep. Aubrey, y'all, appreciate you. Lady L, appreciate you. I think I seen Daniel Berry sports highlights in here today, or was that yesterday? I think that was today. Appreciate you. Trakesha, appreciate you hanging out. Trakesha, for always, forever, for life was up in here. Appreciate you, family. It looked like that's as far back as I could go because I had to refresh my browser in the middle of the stream, so I can't even see the other names. But if you here, say peace out, and I'll drop you a shout out. Miss DB, there you go. Shout out to Miss DB. I've been here just listening and sleep. Appreciate you, family. Much love, much love. And until next time, stay fresh and stay blessed, family. Peace out. Have a good motherfucking night.
Have a good night. Have a good night. Have a motherfucking good ass night.
We'll be fine. Our kids will not be.
Get your money.